Okay. Here we are. We are currently witnessing what is the second half, the very grand finale of the 5D Chess World Championship 2024. Look at this graphic. I made it 10 minutes ago. Fantastic. We have our two players on the screen right now. We're watching from the perspective of the defending champion, Ryan4PM, aka Ryan4CEO, aka Ryan4 5D Chess, who bested our defending champion last year, who is Dreamer, in what was an incredibly exciting series of games. And this year is defending it against the one and only Nikita, who's a more recent addition to our community. But before I talk too much about either of our players, let's take a look at the scoreboard right now. It's totally messed up because I'm in the wrong window. There we go. Last week, if you haven't seen them already, stop watching this, not live, but in the YouTube VOD, and go watch the first series of games because they are four of the most entertaining 5D chess games I've seen in a really long time. With me, of course, on the commentary couch is, I think that most would agree, he's a legend of the game himself. None other than Sexy Lexi. Say hello, Lexi.
Oh my god, I thought you were going to introduce Andre there. I don't know what to say. No, hey, what's up? It's good to be here. Good to comment again. I also like how you showed the result and then told everyone to not spoil themselves if they're going to watch it.
I totally did that. You're absolutely correct. Andre is also joining us. Another day oneer, I'm pretty sure. At least if he's not, then he is at heart like a pillar of the 5D chess community. Say hello, Andre.
I think I'm like day fiver or something. Like
Day five. Oh, okay. He's a fake fan. I take it all back. Fantastic. Let's somebody give our players the go ahead.
Also,
the introductions are. No, Crazy will not be introduced.
Crazy will not be introduced.
No, I'm just in the shadows.
Crazy
guys.
is staff. Thank you so much for helping with the behind the scenes, Crazy. I really appreciate your help. Having things run smoothly. Wow, here we are, guys. Lexi, you were here watching the matches last week, right? Andre and I were commentating, so I know he was here.
Yes. I think I saw most of them, yeah.
What were your thoughts? We didn't get your, I mean, you were joining us in the chat, but I mean, were you as gobsmacked as we were? Were you underwhelmed? Are you excited?
No, I think they played some really interesting matches. Obviously, I'm not too deep into the opening prep these days, but it really felt like out of these positions, White got a really early advantage. Although we did see some better position for Black as well. But I mean, you can kind of see it on the scoreboard as well, right? That's like the kind of tells a little bit of the story. But no, I mean, I was like for the most part. It's like very high level of play, very few blunders there, and yeah, just overall great games to watch also.
Hell yeah. Oh, by the way, the first two sort of pairs of games were in turn 0, kind of the standard 5D chess variant nowadays, like for the league, etc. And then turn 1.5, which is just a little bit different, but the games kind of played out really similarly. However, in the second half of the World Championship Series, we've got some spicier variants. It looks like our players have opted to begin with Defended Pawn, which, of course, the progenitor of this variant, in response to the initial F7 fiasco, is Lexi himself. I don't know how many people know that, but he came up with this starting position. And so he must be credited in the game probably, right? Can we find you in the credits of the game?
Yeah, you probably can by now. I mean, I made some. I complained like several times, and then eventually he just put in. So I was like, well, now you got it, right?
There we go. That's so tight. And of course, the variant after this one, assuming that we make it, and I really pray that I do because it's my personal favorite variant, is Reversed Royalty. So, and I really want to see how these guys approach Reversed Royalty. So. Defended Pawn, we did have a season of the 5D Chess League that was all played in Defended Pawn. There was a little bit of, there's an interesting evolution of sort of the metagame because Ryan had an opening that he was super convinced after some development was just a surefire way to equalize out of the opening as black, kind of the equivalent of like the London E opening for the more standard variants. That got you into the middle game safe and sound, and then you played from there. And then it turns out that a few players, chief amongst them, I think Andre, found some dynamic counterplay that was a little bit punishing to it, so you couldn't just play that opening with impunity. Maybe you can speak on that a little bit more, Andre, but the opening variety got a little spicier after that.
Wait, you're telling me they were like forcing lines for white in this variant?
I wouldn't call them
forcing
forcing
like,
lines that were
No.
certainly not like standard, but Ryan had like a system that he, I think, either wrote up a guide for, or maybe did he do a
Okay,
video for them?
but I mean that's a very different story then, because like systems is something that's very normal in chess also, right? So if a strong player comes up with a system, that doesn't mean like per se it's like a degenerate opening, right? It just means
Well,
that
it's
like
definitely not
you cannot play with
degenerate.
positions.
I'll let Andre
Yeah, it
speak
was-
on it.
First of all, it was a system like for black, how do you like defensive? How do you call it?
You mean
But
something
that's
that you can
because
just
of
always play like
Exactly.
yeah.
It was a guaranteed kind of safe out of the opening series of moves for black. He put out a Lee chess study. That's what he did. I remember now. And Andre was just confirming the nail in the coffin for it. Also, I'm going to start a prediction in the chat, but keep going.
I think the nail in the coffin was Ryan himself, and I was just like the penultimate nail in the coffin.
Well, I mean, but
Okay.
that's it's kind of reasonable, right? Because like it would surprise me a lot if there's like especially if black, if you can play the same moves every time in the opening and have a playable position every time, right? Like there has to be some counterplay to kind of everything you're doing here. But no, I mean let's talk about the position at hand a little bit. Like both players opted for a symmetrical structure until here. White obviously has that extra tempo, and maybe black has to be a little bit hesitant here to develop his bishop on the b7 square, because then d7 would be unprotected after white captures.
Yeah, I could see that getting annoying with the like 95 applying pressure. Especially because the more kind of like the longer 5D chess has gone on, the more I've noticed that like in the early days, F7 was all the rage. Even before the F7 opening, it was like, okay, how can I slam all of my pieces onto F7 as quickly as possible? But nowadays, it's kind of drifted more into how can I slam every one of my pieces onto E6 as possible. Not to overstate how like big a factor that is, but it is one of these ideas that like people like leaving the light square bishop and the D pawn where they are because they're defenders preventing a huge collapse onto like the E6 pawn. And so all of these weaknesses, like taking the light square bishop off of its starting square, for example, can end up contributing to like the weakening of the pawns in front of the king, which in the end game ends up being a lot of the ways that people capitalize structurally and convert them into like one games. So
Yeah,
I agree that it can be really annoying for him to develop that bishop.
Yeah, I mean,
actually-
the main difference is kind of that you have like a little bit less pawns in the center in this variant, so you have to be really careful that you always have like have to be very, very wary of as soon as you unprotect like a square next to the king, right?
Yeah, and this is actually kind of a quite annoying position for black, because, for example, let's say you want to defend the d7 pawn with like queen d6, but then bishop e5 is an annoying move. So
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising to me that like if you make a decision, okay, and he does eventually go for bishop b7, because if you don't go bishop b7, you kind of have to ask yourself, why do you even play b6 in that line? Because
True.
you're never going to put the bishop on a6 in this variant when white has this pawn chain on c4, and otherwise you might just be a bit quicker to like develop your king side, or maybe go for like a d6 bishop d7 kind of structure. but he's going for it here. So first things first. I mean, you have to calculate the capture, right?
Mhm,
And then see if you can defend d7.
Dreamer says, some sort of an accurate order of development from Nikita IMO.
So by the
Nikita's
way,
playing black, right? You're watching Ryan's perspective?
I'm currently watching White's perspective, which is Ryan's perspective, but actually let's switch over. I did mention that I would prefer to watch Nikita's perspective, and then I didn't do that.
I might stay with Ryan then, just to like maybe when he hovers over moves.
Okay,
fire.
excellent. You can give us a little bit of intel from recon from Ryan's perspective. Although
By the way,
Nikita's
just
perspective
before-
is slightly blurrier, which is frustrating, but what can we say?
So I will
The
be
grass on
here.
the side is always greener, huh?
I will be here in the land of full HD.
Okay, fantastic. Poison ready with her nuggies to watch some hot 5D chess action. Fantastic. I'm hoping that our commentary
way,
makes it interesting enough for someone like Poison who doesn't play any kind of chess.
Oh, bishop d3 is
Yeah.
a great move, by the way, by Ryan here.
It makes a lot of sense. You got your, the queen where it is like the classic.
And it also eyes the d7.
Exactly.
And
You
it also
actually-
eyes d7. Absolutely, yes. For the drama.
Not only does it also id7, it also prevents the counter idea of bishop takes f3, because you already have a blocker on d3 there, where you can't do the same. I guess
Totally.
it kind of does block in the queen, but you might just activate it later. It's also a little bit awkward for black now.
Yeah.
I mean-
By the way, just before we started, Nikita said in the voice chat that he has defended pawn.
I mean, everyone's entitled to their incorrect opinions, but
Yeah.
still excuses always after the game, I believe, is best. No, I mean it's obviously still like black has some stuff to do, but especially in this variant, like playing also symmetrical moves can't work, right? Like that they can never work in 5D. Like you have to switch it up at some point, right? Otherwise you're just gonna get killed. So
I have to pick up an order from my door. I'll be right back. Hold it down. Don't get me banned.
it's a time to switch back to the other mic. No, actually, like so. Already now, like bishop takes f6 looks like a slight inconvenience. And black probably has to decide now, like if he wants to, like he might just play something like. I guess it's kind of awkward because you can't really play something like queen d6 because there's always bishop e5 in the position. So you kind of have to be
Although black
slightly careful.
can probably answer symmetrically with bishop d6.
Well, if you go bishop d6, you already have to calculate that like after bishop takes knight, g takes, h7 is always hanging, right? It's probably not an immediate issue, but it's gonna be slightly inconvenient.
Okay, he goes with queen d6. So probably
But
he wants
queen-
to go queen e7. So that looks kind of awkward.
Yeah, I mean it's certainly an idea, but it looks kind of passive. But I mean, okay, like after bishop e5, bishop e5 seems always almost instant, right? It's
I mean,
gains the tempo. You can get your queen out.
Obvious. Does that mean that it's correct?
Because after bishop e5, you don't have time to take the knight, right? No, there's no checks that should work.
Sorry, bishop e5.
Yeah, so
Immediately
after
here,
bishop, you probably have to move the queen again, right? Because you don't have time to take the knight.
I guess to e7.
And, yeah, I guess you have to go e7 and then. But it already feels like white is kind of an advantage. Like bishop e5 seems like such a good move in many ways. You can also maybe think about going knight c3 now, threatening knight b5, or maybe also in some lines knight e4 even. Bishop b5 seems like I would play that almost instantly.
As
After
Mage pointed out,
calculating-
it does have to be mentioned that Nikita is down 8 minutes out of the opening few moves here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Ryan does it.
There we
Yeah.
go. Lexi with the call out. Mage points out as well that Nikita is very expressive with his mouse movements, which I do agree with. And then we get the immediate queen e7, which makes sense. Tone's pointing out that it's funny that the best setup for defended pawn is to pivot the queen back to the king side, just recreating the turn 0 starting position.
Well, not quite, because the main point is not where the queen is where the knight is.
Exactly, yeah.
Really.
I agree. Oh, he's wondering.
But I think like this almost this
Yeah.
I believe black is already running into some trouble here. Like after something like knight c3, I mean you have to be careful that because you're obviously undefending f2, right? But you're already threatening knight b5, and also after a6 you can go knight e4, and if black has to take on e4, you just get a huge positional advantage.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah. Because a lot of space without any drawbacks, like without overextending. So,
Yeah, so I was gonna say a6 probably is too slow. So you probably have to look for alternatives there. But it's not easy. Like black certainly wants to play d6 if he has the time. The question is does he actually have the time? Or maybe insert bishop takes f3.
it looks scary for black.
It does look a bit scary, but I agree that you're kind of forced into kicking white back a little bit.
Okay, yeah, and try and just parks his bishop on g6.
Which I think is also wise.
That's a good decision too, because you also like there can be some like awkward lines where you like take on f3, g takes, and then f2 is always obviously undefended, and now the queen on e7 can go then like 2 moves if the knight gets out of the way.
That's true.
g3 is often a very good square for the bishop, both in here and in turn 0. Like,
Do you remember
Yeah,
pointing out that
but-
there is quite a lot of positional hesitance from Nikita, as well as temporal hesitance, I suppose. Not the way you want to fight in the final is his commentary. Maybe he just saves mana for later stages of the game where he gets down to a minute. That is true, especially given that this is... I mean, the opening book kind of isn't like as fleshed out for, defended pawn as for turn 0, as it were.
it's not
But
fleshed out at all.
these are critical. I mean, the last thing you want to do is make like an early positional error and lose the game right out of the gate, right?
I think it's a very strange decision to play symmetrical moves to your opponent out of the opening, because they kind of admit that you're always going to be worse, like almost always going to be in trouble even
Yeah,
as black if
Probably
you
like
repeat moves.
Mm-hmm.
instead of b6, at least maybe play b5 to try to maybe. I mean, Ryan probably wouldn't have taken, but then kind of sack the pawn to get a tempo back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I actually do like knight c6. Like I was thinking that a6 was almost forced here to prevent knight b4. But if black can get away with knight c6, that's actually a great achievement by him. And after now knight b5, he probably has enough time to just play queen d7, covering b6 again. So now white might actually have to. Certainly some work has to be done now.
So
to actually
queen-
claim an advantage here.
Queen d7 covering what again?
Covering e6 after knight b5.
Covering e6 after knight b5.
d6.
Is it going e6? Sorry, not e6. Because only the queen's protecting the pawn, and you're hitting it with your knight and your bishop.
More like discovering.
Oh,
the,
I got you.
The bishop is covering.
I
So-
understand now. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yes. So the bishop sees d6 directly. Yes.
Yes. So the two moves I would be considering here would probably be like either knight e4 or bishop e4, just to claim a little bit more of an advantage and to try to exchange some active pieces, and maybe try to argue that your queen can actually get into the game, whereas black is gonna have some issues here. I guess like white actually has a quite solid position here though. So maybe you can just look at like slow improving moves as well. Maybe throw in a defensive a3 as well, just to cover like any potential knight before ideas that black might have, or maybe even castle. But although I guess castling probably is quite scary still after all.
Castling definitely pretty scary.
I'm always like probably too hesitant to castle. I always just assume it doesn't work. It's always such annoying when you play against Dreamer and you like plan out your attack and then he just castles.
Dude, that's the worst.
You also have to be kind of careful here, I guess, because black actually has some knight d4 ideas maybe as well at some point, because you can't really capture with the pawn, right? Because you're gonna get checkmated through the face.
Especially with the queen already on e7, yeah.
Argument here. That the knight can't move as easily.
Knight e4 seems like a very tempting move just for white.
It's so belligerent. Poison with a
Like
public service announcement.
You might just want to throw in. You might just want to knight d5 anyway.
Okay.
And Ryan does play a3.
Yeah, he does go a3, which at least covers knight before. But he still has to be like. I wonder if black can already play something like knight d4 now. Just to get a lot of activity.
I wouldn't have the balls, but I do think it's incredibly tempting. Also, Poison reminding us that tomorrow is Mother's Day. Thank you very much, Poison. Everybody watching, call your mom tomorrow.
Visit.
Well, if possible. Mine is currently in Turkey, and I'm not.
See, seems like a skill issue to me.
Oh, what can I say, man? Hovering over the G pawn right now, Nikita. See, in positions like that, this is exactly where my game plan always falls apart. Because I always either end up overcommitting or in an attempt to make what Lexi would call, like, quote unquote, a calm developing move or whatever to better your position. Like, I don't know what that means most of the time. It's so hard to decide what actually that is, you know? And so this is normally where I spend a ton of my time. Nikita, of course, down to 6 minutes on the clock, which is under half of the time that Ryan has. Ryan, in the first few games, also very consistently had a lot more time on his clock than Nikita did. But we'll see. I mean, it worked out for Nikita half of the time.
Yeah, Ryan certainly did a good job here of just playing. He just played like a bunch of normal moves. He has a space advantage. Make sure to cover all of black's attacking idea. Like the only thing you have to be slightly worried about here is if black can play something like knight d4. Like that's the only thing I would be worried about as white here. And apart from that, you're just gonna have a great position most of the time, especially with the time situation. And the thing is, for black, like you can only make so many like calm developing moves, and if you play something like a6 now, like you're gonna eventually lose more. You're eventually gonna lose more space in the center because you're simply gonna be down a piece because your bishop on f8 is not in the game at all, which is probably like why he's considering moves like g5, not only to like kick the knight away, but also to get his bishop into the game somehow, right?
By the way, a3 might be not all that full and developing because maybe Ryan wants to play like b4, and because the blacks like c6 knight is kind of pinned in a
totally.
way. Well, not for now, but like if Ryan opens up the queen side, and that knight can't
You
really
mean
move.
like Queen C2?
No, just b4, and then like take the pawn, and then the knight can't really move for now.
Right.
Because just black has this
The triagonal
or-
opens up, and the queen, if
b7.
you take on c5 with your b pawn as white, then the queen spots the the b5
Maybe it's
square
actually-
for mate.
But actually, maybe it
Yeah,
was
yeah,
actually
yeah,
the
that's,
case of
okay. Yeah, no,
maybe it was
I see,
actually
I see.
the case of me forgetting that castles exist in the
Right.
game,
Right.
and
Yeah.
and that
Ooh.
Okay, and we do so CB6 by black eventually,
wait.
and white's immediately going for the pin.
white 94 looks very good here. It's just
Oh, there he is. 94.
how's
That's
that knight
rough.
getting defended?
How is that knight getting defended? Okay, Nikita
Well,
briefly
but
hovers
you
over
also have to be-
95.
Well, you also have to be a little bit careful as a white though, right? Like if you got something like 94 immediately. I still like I would still be slightly worried about 94 in this position. Like if you're not careful, you're just gonna get killed. And now you also took an attacker out of d6 as well. So you pretty much like all of the knight before ideas slightly on hold at the moment. And black is like if black is like one or two more moves, he's kind of solid there on the king side as well, right?
I think you're probably right. It is spooky, but not necessarily like immediately clear. Because I mean, you have to add another attacker to the knight before it's
Yeah.
a disaster, right? And how do you do that
Oh.
quickly?
Queen b2, but then black can play probably d5.
Yeah. Yep.
Queen b2 looks it has like an immediate threat, but you also have to keep in mind that long term you're putting yourself on the same diagonal as the dark squared bishop.
Yeah.
So
True,
there
true.
might be some defensive ideas of just going like queen d7 and then knight h5 later, covering the bishop.
Okay.
Oh,
Ryan with
okay.
some knight maneuver here.
Yeah,
Oh, actually,
some
yeah.
finesse. 92.
That makes a lot of sense. Going for actually attacking g6. Probably. And
Ah,
Okay, so this move actually covers d4 as well, which I like.
ooh,
Oh. Nikita castling kings or queenside?
interesting.
Or maybe he's just baiting.
I will say I kind of like what like the development of recent moves have. I think Black has improved his position, because he actually got his bishop into the game, and White has to move a little bit backwards. And yeah, I was gonna say like if he can somehow activate his light sword bishop, he can post some threats himself, and it's like a similar idea to knight d4. What should we see now? Knight d5, because you have to like now f3 is like huge issue, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, I mean, White
I
probably has to
don't
take,
get-
right? Like, what else are you gonna do? Play bishop e4? No, like now you can't play bishop e4 anymore.
It's just getting sort of complicated, but also now White has to be really careful with that triagonal, maybe. I don't know.
Like, the decision to go for the pin over keeping an eye on d6 is kind of showing a little bit right now, because like if you're not gonna have like any concrete ideas to play against f6, you're just giving up control of the center. And I think 95 is a great move, showcasing like bishop is no longer controlling that square. You're under attack yourself. Now g2 is hanging, and yeah, I like Black's position here one more. Like now the pin is never going to be deadly, and you even have to be careful that like you don't have any control in the center.
Yeah, that's huge,
It's
right?
just-
The fact that this knight is kind of being dominated on e2 by this e5 pawn.
You
Kinda
have to
super
be
annoying.
very careful that
By
you
the
don't
way,
get
Ryan-
checkmate on a4.
Ryan hovering over knight g3, and
Knight
I
g3.
think that's a good move. Yeah, knight
Yeah,
g3.
he just
Yeah.
wants to he just wants to get in bishop e4 now. Like he's
Mhm.
just worried
Yeah,
that he's gonna
knight
get
Definitely.
g3,
killed.
bishop e4. For
And he
now,
might
bishop
even-
e4 would lead to queen exchange, which I don't think he wants.
Also, maybe
I guess-
worth noting that the triagonal is opened up in exchange for this pawn taking control of the center, but
Yeah.
unlikely to become relevant soon.
I still like Ryan's position more here.
You
no
think
way,
so?
no way. Like black, like if black takes on g2 now, like what are you actually like? Do you want to play bishop e4? Or what's your idea there?
No, just rook g2 or rook g1 for now. and
Definitely
then
rook
bishop
g1.
e4.
Right. Yeah. Wow, Dreamer
and,
predicts
like-
f3, which is a bold claim.
f3 after bishop? No, I mean, okay, I guess he meant instead of knight. I guess he meant instead of knight
I
g3.
feel like black still like okay, they can take on g2, which looks kind of scary, but it doesn't
Ooh.
lead to anything concrete. And
Well, I mean, it opens up the diagonal. It gives you a queen, another outpost on like it gives you a queen also an outpost on b7. Like after, like I was thinking just taking on g2, rook g1, and then queen b7, and then like what's the big idea there for white? Long castles. That's a very committal move because now. Wait, isn't
bishop
isn't
e4,
isn't bishop e4 now? Isn't that a big issue?
yeah, or knight e4, and probably bishop e4 first.
Yeah, but bishop e4 for sure, because knight can't take. Or can it? No, there's no way.
Always spooky, especially with like these pawns pushed up. Like a3 already being played is like an important tempo when white is trying to disassemble the fresh queenside castle.
I was like, if you're gonna queenside castle, I mean, he obviously just wants the pressure on d3, right?
I mean, that's a big part of it, I think. Although, I mean, you have to imagine that you have to be aware that, you know, bishop
One
e4
idea
is already
for-
something that he wants to play, right?
One idea for Nikita is like rook takes d2 at some point, maybe. But
Yeah, I mean, that's of course like what you want in a perfect world, right?
It's also super spooky to me because, you know, like if fireworks happen on e4, and white exchange all the pieces that white wants to exchange, probably this queen is going to end up on a diagonal that looks straight into the queenside castle camp, which is like one of the main ways that you can get torn apart after a queenside castle. Right? Like
Exactly.
the triagonal is currently well defended, which maybe is the reason that he felt secure enough to, because either you got to push these pawns that are right in front of, you know, like the A file and the B file, or you break through like on the triagonal, and the triagonal looks well defended. And he's applying pressure of his own right now, and so he's kind of confident that like these pawns won't be able to open up his position before, I guess, he redeems some sort of like offensive merit that the queenside castle has. But like a queen on e4 is like super duper spooky when after you commit to that, you know, because there's just so many mating squares, so many travels. It's a big problem, and currently it's not easy to get like your bishop involved in the defense, for example.
I mean, black has really direct threat, right? Like black wants to take on d3 and then go rook d8 again, right?
Right.
And
Yeah,
that just
but
seems like
actually,
for sure.
positional suicide for white. So I think you have to
Okay.
play something like bishop e4, knight d4 now.
with knight e4, maybe rook takes d2 right away.
Probably. And then you lose the
You
rook.
mean take on e3 after knight d4?
If bishop e4, just rook takes d2 right away.
Oh, bishop e4, rook takes d2 right away. I mean, yeah, king takes is going to be like a huge problem, right?
Yeah,
So maybe
if
you're
king
right.
doesn't take, the next move, then I don't think king can ever take, because we can travel to the board where the rook is still there, and like
Totally.
Tchaikovsky with the rook.
Yeah, so you can't really do like the intermezzo, like taking the bishop with check on b7
Yeah.
against the immediate rook takes d2 after bishop e4, which is a good point. And I mean, Ryan probably agrees that this is a non-trivial threat here. He's considering how much of his clock he spent. We're down almost 2 minutes on the clock. It feels like we're still just bustling into the mid game here, but we're really running super low on time, especially for
like,
Nikita.
Rook takes d2, actually there's no real threat. Maybe Ryan can just wrestle king
Just
side.
totally, yeah, maybe you're right.
Okay, I'm gonna say I agree with Andre here. So I think you have to play knight e4 now. Actually don't really see, but even knight e4 might run into rook takes d3.
Oh,
Like it's-
knight e4, rook takes d3, and then we just lose the piece, right?
No. I mean you can still take the knight.
Oh, you can take the knight.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean it's scary as well
right,
because
right.
f2 is undefended.
Bishop e4 it is. Let's see if Nikita opts to go for this immediate rook takes d2 idea.
I mean, he almost has to find it because there's like no other like decent alternative, right? Because you can never take on e4. That's pretty obviously. That's like pretty obvious. And I mean, the queen's always defending b7 here, which bodes very well for black. And yeah, like just the bishop on h4 is just completely misplaced here for white.
Lining up this battery. There's also now the idea, by the way. I love the idea of immediately creating this threat here because in like 3 turns, Nikita can go queen d6 and just travel to d2 on this board. It's currently undefended and it's being attacked
actually.
by the rook. And so actually this is immediately the fact that he's opened up this file and not made like a super immediate concrete threat with it is this is kind of disastrous. And you can tell this
Oh,
bombastic
wait a
pawn push
second.
idea. I mean, okay, that bishop is kind of screwed
There is a
unless you
funny move.
ignore.
Yeah, which Ryan is covering above. There is funny move knight f5, but I think it sadly doesn't. Probably does. It's
Oh,
bad
knight
because
f5 is crazy.
No, but it works, right? It works, right? Because after e takes, you take on b7 and then you take with the queen, right?
Yeah,
Isn't
yeah,
it
but you
game
can
over?
just play queen d7 and it looks very good for black.
Are you
Wait,
sure?
we
Because
can
like
just-
I'm still gonna take on b7, right? And then how are you gonna recapture with the king?
Oh, no, not with.
This is
I
another
think-
turn, by the way, where d2 is going to be undefended, which is super irrelevant. Hodgeboy, there isn't an analysis tool in the
Okay.
game. The analysis tool is currently in this Discord call, which is
Yeah, but I
the
mean,
three of us.
what else do we have there? Like, what are you going to do? Like castle and give out peace? Like, there's no way.
Yeah.
And the name of this tool is Andre.
Dreamer says every time Cement sees a castle in 5D chess, he makes that genuine pog face. What can I say, man?
Yeah, yeah.
The bar is low. All right, I'm excited. We do have third-party implementations of the 5D chess engine. Most prominent of which is 5dchess.net, I think, which is the work of Alex Bay, one of the community members. He's been busy with real life, and so it hasn't been updated in a little while. But here we go. Ryan under 4 minutes on the clock now. The more I look at it, the more I enjoy this G5 move.
Yeah, this is like we're getting into the
It's so spicy.
real 5D chess. Because
Yeah.
there is the threat of travel on the 2, and you like have to actually calculate all the time.
For sure. Definitely.
I mean, but if you're gonna threaten this, I guess like one defensive resource you have is white. I mean, it's difficult to figure out with this little time on the clock. But what you can always do is after queen d6, you can always take on b7 and then play something like queen c2, right? So you can answer with a travel with like a Jurassic, right? Because I don't think there's any distraction checks.
How?
Jurassics
Well,
are also
it would have to be queen
fun
b2
because-
to defend
Yeah,
d2. But yeah.
So, yeah.
because you have to like this if this threat of the travel persists for multiple moves, then white will have to grab Jurassic for many moves.
I mean, there might be a case to play like queen b2 anyway, because it's pretty clear that white's gonna lose material here, right?
Yeah. Oh, exactly
So-
what Ryan, what Andre mentioned, by the way, is super relevant there. Where the fact that D2 is open on multiple turns undefended means that Lexi's answer of Jurassicing on B2 only works for one turn because you can't. Whereas the mating threat of the travel exists for a few turns. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't actually answer the threat.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
for sure.
really do now. Okay, this is too fun.
Immediate.
By the
I
way-
really like this.
By the way, I like just to calculating some funny lines like knight f4, like queen move.
Andre, you're super muffled very suddenly.
Oh, what? What?
Okay, much better.
Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3.
You're good now.
I
You're good.
didn't do literally anything.
All right. Well, you're fine. Keep going.
Like knight f5, queen move, bishop. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Andre,
Oh,
again,
okay.
immediately muffled. And I don't know what you're
What?
doing, but you're doing something. I promise.
That's probably
Now you're better.
and now better. For some reason, when I'm further away from the mic, it's better.
Yeah, don't do that. Well, okay, sparks fly. We see an exchange of pieces here on the f6 square, and then an immediate kingside castle. If this travel works, I mean, especially now that d2 has been played, in order to defend against it, if Ryan plays like a queen b2 type beat, that's not going to fly anymore because we've got the rook on the second rank, right?
Yeah, and now suddenly bishop takes, queen takes, and the queen is like.
Oh.
No, but I mean, you have to take on b7 now and play like queen e5, right? Like, what's the big deal?
But the
Like,
problem
are you gonna
is,
get killed on f2 or what?
the problem with taking on b7 is queen takes and then Tchaikovsky at some point.
Oh my god, is the Tchaikovsky lane still open? Wait, okay.
Oh no! There's a bishop in the way. There's a bishop. In the way.
Yeah,
Wait,
there's
but
a bishop in there.
don't you have some counter travel on b7 with your white queen?
Oh, take with the king
Oh,
allowing
king take.
queen e4. That's gotta be. Oh, is there a travel now onto b7? No, takes, and then check. Oh god, dude, I don't know. It's less than a minute left on Nikita's
No,
clock.
I would just take with the queen and
I agree.
now-
Yeah, there's no way he takes with the king.
That's rough. Yeah. for
But
sure.
yeah, I mean,
Now I
now
have to worry
queen
about-
e4 now.
Oh, now
But
look at.
then
Oh,
queen-
and it's
queen back
blocked.
to d7.
That's rough.
But like
Maybe
the one thing Black
Oh, no,
has
queen
is
d7
he
is
said,
not possible. Okay, I'm done.
no, but
Oh.
he has some travel on f2 maybe. I was thinking with the bishop, right?
On f2.
Oh yeah, maybe. Because like I
Maybe.
forgot white castle.
Takes.
I mean, it's
boom,
white. You don't
boom.
really have any options, right? Yeah, like you had to take on b7 and you had to play queen e2. But
Maybe on this board, but even then, it's not a big deal. See, this is really dangerous because now the only piece defending the queen on b7
Oh, and
is
white
the
actually
queen.
has
yeah, but then you just
some
get queen.
travel.
But then you get queen e4 again. At the
Ryan
end,
looking
right?
at queen travel to b7, but it's probably not.
Well, it's
enough.
it's defended by the queen. The travels that Ryan has right now, b7 is defended by the queen,
Yeah,
so I
but
think
it's-
it's.
it's-
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you can
it's by the
take
bishop.
queen takes bishop takes and then you go king takes queen e4 at the end again.
I guess maybe it plays. Maybe you guys are right. Nikita down to 20 seconds on the clock.
Okay,
Wow.
and
Okay. No, we see
Ryan
the
just
sack.
decides to trade.
Interesting. No, I think Ryan probably thought it through. He's probably really happy to go into an end game here anyway. Funnily enough, okay, so we. Oh, right.
Okay.
So now we've got the fork. Although the rook is defended, so it's only down an exchange, not like a piece. But the G lane opening up now for potential travel in the future, which is maybe going to be rough. Wow.
So
Okay.
This looks good for white.
Ryan suddenly up the exchange. I think Nikita must be
Actually-
playing for a travel on the G file here, right?
And this is like
He's got 10 seconds on the clock.
Very-
Nikita's got to make this trade. Yeah,
sort of a classic bishop.
exactly. This is the only move here. Yeah, it's defending
But
all the
Classic.
lanes for the rook to hop into. Nikita with 10 seconds on the clock. It's going to come down to a scramble. I think that we're going to see a little bit of spaghetti here. Do we have... No, not quite any Tchaikovsky opportunities here. Although a travel will kind of check and force a capture by the king, opening up the lane in the future, and then you've got. So it's possible here. It's possible.
No, I don't think there should be anything, because I think you should be fast enough to move away with the king and then put the rook on the file where the bishop would be checking.
Yeah, but you can always hide your bishop behind the pawn and just push the pawn, right?
Okay, I guess that's kind of true.
Oh, but then again, the pawn's not defended actually, because you don't have. So the bishop is going to be pinned. Yeah, Nikita needs to be careful to not use any more time than just his delay per turn.
Yeah, like what needs to come?
Hello?
I think Lexi. I don't know if it's his
Way.
mic or. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, so we do get a travel onto G2. This. Clever, because the yeah, the rook still exists, right? And so you
Oh,
can
and this
be
is
a
like-
pest.
Yeah,
Oh
almost
my god,
forced
wow. Okay, this is crazy. Now you have another check, and then it's mate either next turn or the turn after, but if it's not made immediately, then that's actually a big problem, because we've
But
got...
the king is like super in the open here. There is.
It's made.
Yeah, oh,
No, right,
wow!
on the back, yeah.
Incredible calculation there at the very end by Nikita. Having the presence of mind to see the travel on the G file with the rook still on the second rank was like exactly what he needed to delay the rook defense that Lexi was alluding to post travel. And just incredibly well executed. Wow, congratulations to Nikita for taking his third game in the series, the fifth game in the series overall.
First black victory.
Yes, and the first black victory of the entire set. Wow, putting himself ahead in the series. This is a fantastic development. Let's update the scoreboard. There we go.
Imagine having like a 50 chess variant in 2024 where black can win.
Right. Well, I mean, who knows? Maybe defended pawn is black favored. We only know that the other variants are heavily white favored. Strange that Ryan didn't prep a rook travel, says Dreamer. Bishop G7 was basically inviting for it. Interesting. It is true. I mean, you do always have to be really careful about... Well, our player's just immediately jumping in, by the way. We've got Nikita's perspective now with the white pieces. Ryan now trying to catch up here going into round 6. Oh, what a fantastic game. I mean, that really did explode out of nowhere. We had the big positional hullabaloo in the mid game. Okay, so far almost... Okay, I mean, we've got the mirrored openings for both sides again. Poison pointing out that Eurovision is also on right now. Why can't I listen to both? Just put it in the background as a sound. It's the perfect soundtrack endorsed officially by 5D Chess. Wow, this is an interesting early trade here on F6. I mean, just take with the G pawn, right? Like, what's the big deal?
Well, yeah, probably not with the E pawn.
I obviously, but my point is, you know, why are you upset about this development as black?
I mean, he's always going to be looking at D6, yeah.
Right.
Sorry, at D7 and some
D7.
of these lines, but I mean, like
That
you
makes sense.
still have to show
Actually,
something for it.
this is travel to D7 on this board is checkmate in 3. Oh no, it isn't. But it almost is.
Oh, what? Like you have knight, queen.
Yeah,
How do you
knight
mate?
E5 and queen F5. But then, like,
95.
No, I mean, you can go queen D3 check, right? Queen D3
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
queen
rook on
D3,
F5.
yeah.
and then check on, and then mate on F5. Oh. Wait, how do you prevent that?
well, technically, king can go to E6 to survive for a bit longer, but that's
Sure,
Well.
sure. Wow, it was 50-50 odds. Congrats to Nikita Believers. Putting up a prediction for the next game. That was 50-50 odds for the last
I
one.
mean, I think like you might have an immediate issue already, which is why I was kind of surprised that Bishop B7 was played so quickly. Like I don't understand. Like, is it really necessary to mirror moves? Because it always felt to me like in 5D it's been like an insanely risky threat to do that. And we've seen both games now, and like this is already like, since Ryan isn't moving instantly here, I'm pretty sure this is not prep. And if this isn't prep, and you're facing like a queen, you're facing a queen stack on move 3 in
Yeah.
a variant where everything would be defended at the start. And like if something like e6 followed by queen d6 doesn't work here, then you're already like in huge trouble.
You're right about that.
Because
I agree
that's obviously what you would like to play, right? Go like e6, queen d6,
Yeah.
and just offer trade that way, right? Like that's a kind of the standard approach you would take here, or alternatively try to block. But you obviously can't play something like d5 here or something, but just to showcase. But yeah, I mean, you basically have to challenge the queen.
Yeah, so
Dreamer saying it seems like the players haven't done any homework and got to the exam unprepared.
well, Dreamer can, tell them the next year how it's done.
yeah.
So, okay, so how does Black defend, and can White force something here? So probably e6 and queen d6 is like the only plan without giving up. Oh, or this.
I was thinking
Oh wait,
d6 actually. I mean, it
But here,
sucks. It looks
there is-
like it sucks.
but here first
But
of
are
all
you in
there
time?
is-
Good
yeah,
question.
first of all there is queen of it is in time, but there is queen f5.
Oh, it's
Like,
definitely in
Black can-
time because now you've cut off access to the d7 travel until after the knight is no longer on f6 defending d7. So I think we're fine.
It's in time in terms of diagonal, but it's there is still trigonal travel. Like for example, White can play queen f5, or maybe even play something like
That's true.
knight, like jump somewhere with the knight and then play queen h3 and travel the long boy travel.
Okay, one thing that would cover it maybe is like knight e6 d5 or something like that.
Oh, queen d6. Ryan is hovering over queen d6 even. Oh, and he didn't go.
Wow, immediate queen
thinking something
d6.
like queen d6.
This is
Wait,
very
okay, you
strange,
run in with
but-
the queen and then what do you do?
Yeah, this.
Like you gotta take with
Well-
the e-pawn, you open up the file and how do you block it again? I mean, it's gotta be
Knight-
immediate
knight-
knight e6, right?
This looks just very funny.
I
This is
know.
very-
Look at these pawns. It's like a little garden path, and then the horsey defends the king. He's got a little bodyguard.
96 is in time to protect the face, right?
Yeah, it just looks
yeah, it's
fucking
in time.
whack.
But it looks like, I don't know.
It looks insane. Wow, this is
No, but
it's
I mean,
crazy
like-
how this is like kind of a quite common way that we see the game develop in this variant lately. And yet, this is the first time that I've seen these ideas. Is it just me, or does this happen more frequently? Andre, do you know enough? I guess you haven't been super active, especially in this variant, right?
What exactly the idea is? This 7?
Yeah, I guess the immediate pushing the knight, the bishop into the f6 knight, so that you can,
Oh,
know,
yeah,
prepare
yeah.
the
This
d7
is,
pressure.
This is quite common. I think.
What do people usually
This
do?
is
This?
No. But I think like Blake must have misplayed here. So
I see.
this is basically the reason why, like Bishop b2 and Bishop b7, like one of the main reasons why this move is being played. Oh, and actually, like in T0, like there is some meme opening, like from Mauer or from Mage, I don't know, with like b3, Bishop b2, which with the idea of like with similar ideas, I think.
okay, hear me out. So I think this is interesting, especially because, I mean, knight e6 is like forced here, right? To cover up the file. Otherwise, like, what are you gonna do? Like, there isn't really a fantastic way. Like, maybe I don't even know. Like, maybe sack the bishop and then, like on the file, and then castle queenside or something. But obviously after knight e6, this pawn is going to push, and okay, less relevantly, this is going to be the most useless light square bishop of all time, but more relevantly, it's kicking the knight off of the file that it's attempting to defend, and so you go up a piece in exchange for black regaining a pawn on the file, which is a terrible trade for black, right?
Yeah, maybe black now can try to block with bishop on e4, because yeah,
Exactly.
that's probably what Ryan is going for. Well, he has to go for it now, probably.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise you're just hosed.
Because now there is no G pawn to kick it, but maybe like F pawn can kick it somehow.
I love now that the king, if it stays or it castles on either side, all three files are open. Which is just ridiculous.
It's like the opposite of what you want.
Yeah, it's
Like,
exactly
but
the
it's-
opposite of what
But
you
like
left.
honestly,
3 pawns to the right and no pawn to the left.
want.
you have to be careful though that you're not running into some timely d5 at some point,
Actually, taking on
which is
E4
threatening
might
checkmate.
be-
Yeah. No, I think
taking
like
on
go ahead.
breaking on e4 or on d4 seems like it was probably a mistake, because now if bishop e4, white can kick it with f3 very easily.
Right. Yes.
But maybe white could have still moved the knight and done this anyway.
I'm assuming, especially because Ryan has a bunch of time to use, that he probably weighed the option, right? I don't think you do this very lightly.
Are you not in time? Are you not in time to play knight e6 now? Anyway,
No,
I mean,
I think you're
Definitely
like 2 moves
not.
behind.
no,
Yeah.
but the point is that that after knight takes, because you have to take, right? Because if you play e3 immediately,
Mhm.
black's just gonna capture, and then
Oh, yeah, and by
you
the
actually
way-
cover e2.
Yeah, for now e4 is not. Yeah, actually, yeah, this is not as scary for black maybe as it seems, because for now, first of all, for now e4 is not possible because bishop e4.
I think but like, do you even have anything else? Because like bishop e4 obviously loses, right? To f3, and anything else you're just gonna get. White's just gonna play e3 eventually, right? Like this already looks over to me now.
Yeah, I think this knight move makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
How do you? So okay, now you probably go. Okay, well, what do? Okay, well, that's rough. Well, okay, so here, I mean, you play
Probably
bishop
because,
f4,
like,
right?
No, we cannot save this bishop. I think it's
What
too
bishop f4,
optimistic.
and then so then the what knight g7, and then you move the king over, and it's finally out of the way, and then
Okay, maybe. Okay.
like I think it might be fine. All you have to worry about is I don't know. Mage saying Nikita's threatening knight f6.
Oh yeah,
which
actually,
is true.
yeah, Nikita's threatening a knight of 6.
But
Okay.
oh, I guess that is pretty annoying, huh? Well, then you just exile your king. It's
And you
only a
have
check in the present.
Nowhere really. You have no.
Yep.
Nowhere really to exile because
Bishop f4 has to happen here.
like knights happen to be very good at chasing the kings.
Actually, that's a fair point because even if you do it on the opposite time, oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, yeah, here like knight g7 definitely. You rattle off king f8, and then maybe I don't know
I think it's just gonna go back to f4.
f5.
Oh yeah,
I
and
think it's just gonna go back to f4.
this makes the knight f6 travel more scary, much more scary.
I mean, I guess that's right. Oh yeah, okay. Now maybe you're host. So you
That's
want to,
knight-
you really
knight
want to
f1.
go like, if bishop if bishop e5 is like not in time to deflect threats now for Nikita, or sorry, for Ryan rather, I mean that's bad news bears. that just means that traveled f6 wins. But if it doesn't win immediately, then black is fine.
But you just have no counterplay, right? Like white is like a million threats.
Yeah,
and
probably like bishop.
I mean, you have like a bishop travel, and then
G2 only move here probably.
oh, on f6 though, that's gonna be rough. I don't
Then
know.
it's-
Maybe you
it's not-
prepare a Jurassic or something. I really don't know.
No, I honestly think this was over. Like the whole bishop h, the whole bishop h6 maneuver just made like it was a bit strange. Like what surprised me the most is like the time usage. Like
Well,
in the last game, we see like 10 minutes spent on like a positional move, and
Yeah,
here it's
exactly.
like you have like a critical positions after 3 moves, and it really like if you don't have an answer to like queen d3 immediately, like what are you doing?
Yeah, no. Here, look at this.
Oh, that's actually wow.
It takes with the bishop, I guess. Okay, so this happens here. I mean, yeah, you have to play. Okay, this is what I thought would happen. You cover the thing. If the travel doesn't happen, then you're covered. If the travel does happen, then you have a long bishop travel. But I don't think there's any.
Yeah, this is still nothing. Yes, block with the pawn and block with
No,
the-
bishop h6 now covers f6 on the other board.
No, but if bishop h6 then knight.
Oh, that's true. There is just the check on the board. Which is pretty.
I like the idea, but he's just one move too late, right? Because it's actually checkmate for black as well on the bottom
Oh, this
board.
is a check,
No.
and
No,
then
it's
not
checkmate,
checkmate,
but it's too late.
because
It's one move too late.
It's more than one move too late
It's
because
it's a similar idea that d5 had, but it's just one move too late.
problem is you definitely can't defend f6 from 2 boards away. All right, there we go.
Yep. Whip.
GG.
Okay, now, so Nikita is 2 games up, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, he is.
So now Ryan has to win 2 reverse royalty games, which is like
It's a
Crazy.
must-win situation for Ryan. I can't. Wow. This is shocking.
Well, the good news is that in this game you almost never have draws anyway, right? So it's like every game is a must-win.
I mean,
it's like,
yeah,
Like you gotta have a decisive result. There's like no, you don't have to do any extra work.
for sure. But like this
Yeah.
last game that we just played was not a must-win. Clearly, Ryan could lose and continue to play the series, which is what a must-win.
the
Nuts.
point is like, it doesn't really affect the game, so to speak, other than psychologically, because like in normal case, it does affect the game. Because like if it's must win, then a draw is like a loss. For
Yeah,
you.
then you're gonna
Right.
play like d4, like Hikaru in the can.
No, yeah, that's a good point. No, I completely understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, but psychologically, it does affect the game.
That's what I'm
Oh.
saying.
Wait,
Pizza now
but I
on
mean, like,
match
it's
point.
But it's a world championship. Like you have to win eventually, right?
I mean, yeah, you have to win eventually. Just in one situation, you can take your time.
Okay, I will be Ryan. I will be
That
Ryan.
sounds like
Believer
win-
just because it's
Destination.
Yeah.
more fun.
I don't know what goes through Ryan's head, man. He's got some crazy, like, competitive psychology thing where he's always so calm. Like, I've never seen him worked up, over any, even analyzing a
Probably-
position, even when he's like, well, this is just dead lost. He just says it in the most matter-of-fact way possible, as if he's
Yeah.
known it for years. I'm so excited to see these reverse royalty games. I'm so glad.
Yes.
I'm so glad that we got
Probably
here.
Ryan has spent a bit too much time on the CEO server,
You might be right.
and probably that's why he's always so calm, because nothing can top that.
Dreamer surprised that Ryan could have, in his words, played that inattentively. I am a little bit shocked as well that out of just the first few moves in what is the most common kind of opening, he was unprepared for what's an idea that's existed for a while. But man, I really want to see what these guys pull out. I really wonder, because Reverse Royalty, I mean, it's all 5D chess, but Reverse Royalty has such a unique flavor to it.
Because,
I really want to see how they
on
approach it.
C7 and not on F7.
Yes, exactly. No, because you can't sack. You don't have the queen to sack with. It's so much more positional. It's so much. It matters so much. Like what there are different schools of thought on like what exactly is the best way to utilize your common king. Like some people love trading up the exchange. Some people love saving it for the end game as like a super straightforward way to capitalize on like holes in your opponent's defense to close out the match. I'm a little disappointed by the symmetric opening, but
exactly. Like, can we just talk briefly about this third game? And they keep like repeating moves every single time. Like, what's up with that?
I feel like in reverse royalty it's probably not as critical.
No, I agree with that.
True.
Yeah, definitely.
In reverse royalty, it's like it's never. Whenever I play reverse royalty, I never like have enough time. So because probably usually the game is longer in reverse royalty, so you kind of have
in turn count for sure, right?
Yeah, so you have to play on average faster, which is kind of
definitely. Nikita's time management has been, one of his struggles, notwithstanding the previous game where obviously that wasn't the case. Interesting opportunity for asymmetry here. I mean, you have to respond to this early e4.
Being dreamer in the chat.
Yeah.
Well, in our arc, you had some precious experience about structures from our games, which could help.
Amazing. Thank you, Dreamer. Early e4 is interesting because I mean, okay. So what if you just take with the f pawn and then like take, and then your opponent has one fewer central pawn than you do? Like, what's the big deal?
Yeah, like,
am I crazy?
This is kind of no. You're absolutely right. Like, this is sort of something you always have to keep in mind. Like in these sort of structures, Black can basically never take on e5 now because you're gonna have a huge weakness on e6 in almost all the positions. So this is already like this is very like comparable to 2D, where it's like Black's not committing to anything, just puts his pieces in the center, and it's gonna accept to be like a little bit more passive. Then again, White doesn't really want to take on d6 either, because then you're gonna activate the bishop. So
for sure, yeah, that's like a late game. That's a late game consideration. This is just gonna be a nuisance for like the entire game. I'm surprised that you would opt into this as Black, and I really don't understand what the harm was in taking on e4. Maybe that's why I'm on the commentary booth and not in the game, but I don't know. Andre, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm pretty bad at the openings.
Excellent.
So
we've got our crack team on analysis here.
No, it's like everyone has his the specialty.
No, that's true.
I mean, if you take on e5, e4, then White probably recaptures with d pawn, and then he's gonna have a stronger light squared bishop as well, and he still has like full control over the center. And as Black, you still always have to wonder what you're actually gonna do with your e pawn. Like, are you gonna play e5 eventually, which would be like the normal structure there? But then White can always just recapture, and
I mean, I guess you're right.
Sort of always keep your options. Whereas this it's like a more committal approach to what White can do, because if Black, like, even if Black just gets a like, for example, let's say White doesn't push e5 immediately, you can always go for d5 yourself. And then it's a lot tougher to actually like d5 and then e5. You have time to move the knight, and there's no the position isn't opening up.
I guess.
And you might just have nothing as White in the end, even though you have more space.
Yeah, maybe you're right. We'll see. I mean, he's got to move this knight somewhere, right? Considering this exchange with the pawns. Oh, and then he's
Exchange of the pawns probably not very. It feels a bit wrong because then it's opens up white bishop a little bit.
I agree.
Yeah, yeah.
I
You
agree.
don't you don't wanna take on d6 here. Like it's one of those positions where neither player really wants to take in the center. But maybe now white has some opportunity to gain some more space. But yeah, it's slightly awkward where you actually want to put your knight. There's even an argument to be made for just going knight g8 back and then we route it to like e7 g6 instead, which
Yeah,
would be
you
a
might
much
be
better
right.
square.
Although Ryan is the kind of player that is really good at taking advantage of the, if you give him an opportunity to claim space, because you're playing too passively. At least in my experience.
No, I mean, yeah, like e5 is definitely the principal move. I probably would have played this as well immediately, because it's just slightly awkward for black, right? And you can see it right now. We're like 5 moves into a game and black's already down 5 minutes because you're already facing some problems going with your passive d6 e6 approach. And again, you have to ask yourself, is playing symmetrical a good game plan for black?
The Summet specialty is recognizing when a player is flagging. It takes one to know one, Narik. What can I say? Okay, so we open up the D file here with this. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Okay, this I actually disagree with what happens. What happened now? Because now, if he captures on, I guess he hasn't submitted yet. But if you capture on e5 now, then white really has a huge advantage already. Like you're gonna have a huge pawn chain. Your bishop's gonna be out in the open, and
yeah, this d5 pawn is definitely going to be really annoying.
I don't think you can ever take that.
Right?
Wow, he does.
Wow, he submits it. He was hesitant. Okay, Ryan for the first time using more than 5 of his seconds on the clock.
He's probably surprised to see this.
He's running.
I'm going to make an executive decision and run to the bathroom now before shit really gets kicked off. I'll be right back.
Okay, again, wow, he actually takes with the d pawn. That's actually very surprising to me because like f takes was such a natural move to me just to get this huge pawn chain. I guess he wants to play g3 eventually and establish it the other way. But now you have to kind of like you have to invest a move into playing c3 now for sure. To maybe get an outpost on d4 for your knight.
We just first bishop b4 and especially since now Ryan submitted. Oh my god, I forgot that like I was going to like propose bishop b4 to like pin the knight, but of course it doesn't really pin the knight.
No, I think now it's kind of like a composition. White's always going to be better here, obviously, because he has like he has the more active position and more space.
Yeah.
But
by the way, probably one of the reasons for taking with d pawn is pinning the d4 square for the knight, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. Like you want to you want to get the you want to play c3 knight d4 eventually, right? Just claiming my stuff. But yeah, I was just a bit surprised, I guess, because f4 would have also opened up the dark squared bishop, and now you're like slightly boxed in. I mean, it's the I guess he wants to fianchetto his light squared bishop.
I'm back. What have I missed?
It's certainly not easy to make progress. Just some more developing moves. Both kings have activated their common king a little bit. Maybe now that the common king is on d3, White might be looking to activate his bishop again. So I'm pretty sure you still have to play c3 eventually as White. Just to take away the squares from the black knight.
By the way, black now has to be careful moving their queen. because maybe white can
This is an
play-
interesting idea. Nikita
When
currently
you want
hovering the
and-
travel onto c2.
Oh,
Wow.
and he does it immediately.
And he does it. Unclear whether
Oh, no,
this
no, no,
is going to get submitted. I mean, eventually that's going to, in like 2 turns, that's going to be covered by the Common King. I guess, how do you respond here? You probably can't take. Takes. But then, okay, but then the alternative is Queen E2,
Okay.
which is also problematic because you can just recheck. This is
No,
a
that's
little
insane.
annoying,
That's
but
insane
it
for sure.
can't be.
Queen 2 is mate in 2.
Yeah. Boom.
With knight d4 and bishop e4. So, white
Knight
check.
e4, bishop e4 is right. Yes.
So white have to take, but and this is
Is
interesting.
there a
It's
follow-up? I mean,
unclear.
I guess that's what he's calculating now, right? Because this is
Yeah, there's a bunch of checks, but
it's terrible unless it for sure works, in which case it's godlike.
But like this is certainly not like Wine must be kicking himself now that he didn't take with the f pawn, because that's what actually gave back the option to go like bishop c5 in the first place, and like even if this doesn't work, this is certainly like a little bit awkward, right? Because your queen's going to be in the open no matter what.
Oh, I see now
And,
what I missed. Right? Yeah, he took with the d pawn. That does seem kind of ill-advised.
It's just a strange decision, and like.
Well, I mean, this is the
even-
monster pawn chain that you were referring to, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
of
I get
course.
it. But yeah,
It's not just a pawn chain. It also gives you like immediately. It
Oh,
also
for
gives
sure.
your dark squared bishop access to g5
Right.
and stuff like just forces a more passive game out of black. Whereas now, like I would be like I'm surprised he hasn't submitted this yet, because like the longer you look at it, like white's queen's going to be out in the open, and even if you don't have any checkmating ideas, it always has to be slightly awkward that you're going to be on the c file, because there's like 2 bishops and a queen that can check you on that file. Like in future, if you're not if you're not careful, and even if not, you're gonna have holes in your position almost immediately.
I don't know, man. I feel like if it's not for sure immediately winning, like I wouldn't just trust the fact that this, because I mean, when you're a timeline down, the Common King is such an amazing defensive tool. When your opponent doesn't have like access to far back in the past, it's really easy to cover up the holes, I think, in your structure, and it ends up being more of an advantage to have the extra timeline. So I totally understand the desire here to, 100% kind of calculate
Oh,
through until you're really
actually-
sure.
yeah, it's interesting. So maybe in reverse royalty, it's a sort of.
Well, and he submits. Wow.
The value of the travel might be less because it's harder to immediately punish with counter travels.
I agree with that. I think that that's probably fair.
Yes, and you also have to like every new timeline that's going to be made is also going to be awkward. And yeah, I mean he has to take, right, like queen e2 is just immediate mate.
Take and then check and then check. Man, at least he's got the bishops that he can like try to sack on the file, right?
Oh, can you recapture with the Common King from 0L maybe?
No, you've got to wait 2 turns for that.
Yeah, but
Oh, wait.
don't you have 2 turns? No.
Oh,
I think,
wait,
no,
isn't-
I think it's,
Isn't
Oh,
this?
you can.
Oh, sorry. You
Oh.
mean for the mating, the bishop
Yeah,
move?
yeah. Oh,
Yes.
I
Yeah,
missed
yeah.
that, I missed that.
Yeah, Common King covers that. Yes. Okay, so
Well,
now we
actually,
kind of
that's
Joey,
put.
so.
Tell me.
Okay, boom, and then the
Oh,
recapture
accidentally.
happens.
And he misses that, I think.
I think Nikita may have missed that. Okay, now based on Nikita's mouse movements, we're going to determine how far ahead he thought. I mean, like Lexi said, this definitely still could be
No.
quite a sticky situation.
So, Queen is quite safe there, it looks.
No, but if you don't have mate, like he certainly missed that. Like if you don't get mate after you don't sack the piece, because he also sacked the piece, and now white has like huge knights and is attacking basically. So this is just terrible for black.
Yeah, and to be honest, I missed that too. I thought it was mate, but it isn't.
I
Like-
trusted you.
You
Ryan
still, like,
catches
you
the fish
still have to
there,
be
says Dreamer.
You trusted me? Or who did you trust?
I trusted whoever said it was mate.
So the
Oh.
question is if this was just if this was just a move or a mistake, right? Like if you go bishop before first, it could still be an issue. But yeah, you certainly don't want to sack the piece and then don't get the
Oh, but they-
get
bishop
the winning
before
turtle.
first.
But
If we prefer first, then white could have just like played bishop e3 to block.
yeah, but I mean then your queen's always going to be out in the open. You have zero coordination, and you can still get a lot of checks in as black white.
Maybe.
That can draw your queen like further out in the open, and it's
Maybe.
certainly it's certainly more preferable. than-
Nikita
than
just
this,
grabbed the
obviously, right?
screen and shook it vigorously in every direction. So I
Yeah,
think that
okay.
might be frustration.
Yeah, I mean the common king 12 is certainly easy to miss there.
By the way, what happens?
What if you bishop g4 here?
Yeah, you play h3 enough for white for sure,
Right? Yeah.
or f4 maybe even f5. Sorry.
F5. And then bishop takes F5? Or F4, sorry.
Come again?
You're saying F4 for white?
F5. Sorry, not f4.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I misinterpreted. I totally got you. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, okay.
I mean this also makes sense. He's just in full defense mode.
Yeah, but then you still have to deal with the
Oh,
bishop F4 or sorry, bishop G4.
Yeah, but then you can like give some material back. Maybe is what he was. But this is just a better version. I actually prefer this. He's just gonna go bishop e2. If black even checks, and
Yeah.
I mean it's now certainly black doesn't want to play the check, because if you check and then you block, you just lose the tempo, and
Yeah,
you
for
have to
sure.
be careful that there's no knight check, even though it's still covered from the other timeline. But yeah, I mean this is obviously unfortunate turn of events here for black.
Wow.
By the way, what happens if players die after 8 games?
There is a tiebreaker rule set that I asked about last week that I don't remember anymore. So we'll have to, after the game, well, if it comes down to it, then we'll have to ask. Crazy.
He's raising the con skill. Oh, he can maybe jump in out of, his hiding place.
Turn 0 random color, says Narik. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Is it?
By the way, what's the like? I actually meant to ask this last week, but I didn't want to
No way tiebreak is one game
interrupt.
only? I agree with Dreamer. It would be crazy if the tiebreaker was like a single game.
No. It could be.
It can't possibly be. We've got to like extend. It's got to be like actual World Championship rules. And if it's not, then maybe we can spuriously modify the rule set.
I can confirm the tiebreaker is more than one game. It's 2 games, turn 0, medium timer. And if there's a tie break after those 2 games, or if there's a tie after those 2 games, then it's 1 game, turn 0, medium timer all to finish.
Okay, so it does come down eventually to. I mean, I guess we don't have like an Armageddon rule set or whatever.
We haven't implemented Armageddon, but that might be something in the future. It's just that no one's bothered testing to see how viable that is.
I guess, yeah, 10 games is a lot to expect a tie after. But who knows? We might be in store.
Armageddon could actually work really well for 5G though.
I agree.
I think it could work. I just want to basically, before we implement it in like an actual like official tourney, I just want like a game to be played using Armageddon.
There also unfortunately isn't a convenient way to set the time
Then it's content, right? You're just gonna watch the clock.
We're
tick
just
down.
gonna
Yeah,
yeah.
you're just
Okay.
gonna watch the clock tick down for
Oh, I mean, I guess you could just say like you're gonna lose if.
That's probably the
technically
easier way to
it's,
do it. Yeah.
Okay.
But
There is-
there might be some like if you actually flag.
There's
it's gonna be
some. There
difficult.
has been some issues when you treat the clock like that. We've actually had a game with like Mage versus Dreamer during the World Championship where they're like, you lose if the clock gets to this point, but then the definition of like when do you actually lose becomes unclear because I think Mage got to the exact time when he
No,
would
you don't
technically
lose at
be
that exact
0.
time because in the actual
Yeah.
game, you
Well,
can see
the-
0 on the timer before you lose, so it's unambiguous.
Yeah, the fractional part is bigger than 0. So, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Technically, but I don't remember the exact.
Nobody
I don't
cares
remember the
about that.
exact
It's
situation, but-
unambiguous. You lose if you go under that time because the clock doesn't end at 0 seconds in a regular game. I know
Wow.
because I've spent so many games where the timer is at 0 and chat mods or pogs.
By the way,
I'm pretty.
On
I
this,
don't
it's
know
like, you know, when
exactly
you're-
that one, but something
when
like
your timer ticks down, like it starts to show in like hundreds of a second. And I have, I think, 1 or maybe even 2 games when I win with 0.00.
that.
There you go.
This is the most clutch I have ever been in my life. I think.
They stated we lose at this time, which we took at face value. Well, that's unambiguous as well. If those are the words that the two people agreed to, then you go by that, which is fine. But we would disambiguate if that comes down to it. But I mean, hey, in the meantime, there's a lot of chess to be played. I mean, Ryan hasn't even won this game, let alone the next
Yeah.
game. So let's see.
It's still unclear how to win this game.
Well, one thing that has to be said, it's kind of amazing, especially in these variants, how fast the board can trade down. Because I think we're going to see like mass exchanges coming up pretty soon. I like what What's doing on the bottom board as well, because just putting pressure on the pawn. Black's gonna obviously try to get some counterplay, but it's actually funny because the bottom board isn't even the bad one. I feel like the top board is the one where White's gonna be attacking more, because that's the one where Black sacked his knight, and the Queen's just gone back to the original square.
Right. I mean, Ryan, very kind of understandably here, doing everything he can to get pieces off of the board, really capitalize on his
Yeah,
material advantage.
He can blitz out a
that's
couple of
okay.
moves and just be solid.
Mm-hmm. Nikita, by the way, down to
That's okay.
less than 5 minutes on his clock. He's now down 10 minutes overall, and material, which is like not, and timeline advantage, maybe less relevantly, and so he's gonna have to. It's gonna take some doing to climb back here. But that being said, I mean, there isn't like super clear. The game is still afoot. I mean, Ryan's queen, especially on the bottom board, still doesn't have pieces in front or pawns in front of it. So you never know. It's not over till it's over in 5D chess.
Yeah, Relic is really wild because, in any other variant, if you're 2 timelines, like a timeline up, that's, they're looking for some easy win.
That's definitely true. It is much easier to kind of convert.
And here, okay, and Ryan going for kind of a spicy approach, kind of making the queens
When the queens see the same square in reverse royalty, yeah,
cross the beams,
crossing the streams,
crossing
the time
streams.
streams. Yeah, I know. It is.
Oh, you're talking
it
about
is
the top
spooky.
board. Because,
No, bottom board.
Because I was gonna say I'm surprised he took the pawn on the bottom board.
Bottom board at least on the. Well, okay. Are you looking from Black's perspective or White's perspective?
I'm looking at White's stream.
Okay, yeah.
So,
In that case,
White
bottom board.
perspective. And yeah, I mean, I'm surprised he allowed bishop takes on the bottom board. And what's he lining up on the top board? He's just I guess he's sweating some travel maybe on the.
Maybe he wants like Mm,
Actually,
no.
why did he play that move on the top board? Meaning my bottom board. I
But
don't.
actually,
Or maybe
I don't get
okay.
G5.
I think no. I think I get it. I think I think he played Queen E1 also to prepare for if Black's gonna push the pawn on the E file, because then you can you can't really you can't really have a capture, right?
No, that's fair.
And your bishop might be trapped. Like now you can at least drop the bishop back to c1.
Right. This is spicy too now. If you push. Huh. Okay, so preparing to apply pressure on the F file, maybe by moving the rook over from the top board to the bottom board, or, you know, whatever your perspective is. It's interesting. I mean, it also defends the pawn on F5. But there are other moves that could do that. Why G5 here?
to uncross the streams.
Sure.
I see.
But after F
No, I mean,
takes
I agree.
G5.
It looks kind of insane.
Now you've got a bishop pressuring the diagonal to the queen.
Yeah.
I guess he wants after F takes. I guess he wants to insert
Whoa.
E3 first
And then
and then take,
bishop
or like
A5.
just keep it there.
Bro,
I guess he's
The
just
game was
continuing
so
to try to
balanced,
force
it's so
down
hard.
material exchange, and also, you know,
yeah,
he's gonna have to do this anyway. Like if E3 is pushed or whatever. So
Okay,
that
I mean
makes
that's
sense
also
as well.
okay. That's also another point of Queen E1, because now he actually doesn't have to worry about any phases like D6, like D3 check, and I like it. I mean he's just trading down. Makes a lot of sense.
Nikita under 2 minutes on the clock, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah, this
7
is a huge
times
match.
less time than
It's like you have less
Ryan.
time, you have worse position on both boards.
Yeah, less material.
Actually, maybe
0 maidens.
knight h5 is possible, even though the bishop kind of defends from another timeline. But maybe, I don't know, this kind of crazy. Okay.
All right, he's super closing up the triagonal now. Doesn't want any part of this. Well, it's crazy to me. Okay, what? Oh. I
So
mean, I
that's-
guess he
that's
doesn't
the
want to
problem.
use his. Maybe it makes sense.
What? Yeah, what's great? Yeah. It's like a bit frustrating as white because you know you're winning, but how to win?
Yeah, yeah.
And
Man, these
especially, like,
pawns in the
if,
middle are so spooky to me.
if black was Narik, this position.
Right.
I will say from practical standpoint, this like isn't as over as you maybe would have expected to be by now. Simply because like
Yeah.
as soon as material trades down, like on the top board, you can see black actually. I think on the top board, black actually got a really playable position considering what we were in a couple of moves ago. Like now he has an active rook in the game. Those pawns are still kind of annoying, at least for white to deal with, and all of his stuff is kind of just overall is a slightly more active position. Were it not for the fact that you're still down material, obviously. But it is like what is to there, and yeah, on the bottom board, black actually never took on G2. Probably worried about some initiatives there, but yeah, I mean the bottom board looks kind of hopeless for black, I will say.
To reiterate, Lexi is watching from White's perspective, so when he says top, he means bottom on our screen and vice versa. It's frustrating, but...
Okay, fine. I'm going to show you.
Live from Australia.
The rook lift from Ryan. I suppose makes sense. Nikita down to less than a minute on the clock, so these moves are precious. I mean, he does have 10 seconds per turn, but... I mean, okay, you have to defend that pawn, which makes a lot of sense, but if you push the pawn that way... Okay, you're kicking the common king, which is great, but then the common king's going to push up, and how are you going to defend the one before it? Whereas, if you play c5... Okay, here we go. Then you've got, like, the longer pawn chain. He's got less than 25 seconds on his clock now. Okay, I agree with this because it's more clear with no time how you can support your pawn chain. Ooh, very shrewd bishop move. From Ryan.
Oh, the classic.
Oh, this is the classic. This is how you castle in reverse royalty, essentially. You push your a pawn.
Well, you don't.
You move the rook up. Yeah.
If you're Narik, you play as black bishop b8 and then Tchaikovsky to an active timeline.
Right. Right. Oh. Wait, but why has this happened? Because now you move the common king up, and then how, as Nikita, do you defend your nicest pawn?
I think you don't. I think you're just down to 12 seconds and have losing positions on both boards, unfortunately. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar.
Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Wiser words have never been spoken. Okay, here you got to push either that pawn or you have to take the f pawn with your g5 pawn, right? Down to almost 10 seconds on the clock, so we are coming down into blitz mode. It is interesting to me that the rook moved. The rook is kind of stuck on a6 now. Knight hopping into the square that has just been liberated.
But it's for some reason very hard to follow two boards.
Okay.
So I just have to give fate.
Cute
the timeline.
little check on d2 here.
Yeah, I mean he's obviously setting up for some like b5 idea, right? Just kind of the sort of desperation you look for in these positions.
Ooh, that bishop seems super duper annoying. And every move here, just behind the scenes, I'm constantly looking for the interaction between the pieces on this on each board, moving to the other board.
I'm trying to play b5 and queen.
Like now for the first time, black actually has a threat in this game. But I mean, he must see that. Like
really the threat, but.
Okay. So now we've got this open B file that we're attempting to capitalize on as black.
Okay, but now it doesn't work at all because now you just take with the common king and then you run it up to b4.
Yeah.
Ryan has almost as much minutes as Nikita has seconds, maybe.
True. Meaning he has 60 times the amount of time. Takes with the common king here.
Well, I'm feeling pain watching this fight because I so want to find some sort of forced win, but it's...
Right. Nikita checking travels despite the fact that he doesn't have timeline priority and is down to 12 seconds on the clock. We do see Ryan give up the exchange. But I mean, with the dearth of material on black side of the board, I don't think that it's too big of a deal. Both players now attempting to open up the lanes in front of their in front of their royal queens. I mean, that's how reverse royalty endgames work. Oh, this is interesting. How has this happened? How have these pawns mobilized in such an effective way? Here on our bottom board. I mean, the pressure on this bishop, it is interesting here. Oh, I guess there's maybe... Actually, no, I don't see the super forced win if you had taken that pawn with the common king.
What's really crazy to me is that on 0L, so on the top board, Ryan was trying so hard to activate all his pieces and like get his rook into the position, and on the bottom board he just played Pac-Man and took like all the material.
Right. It is interesting that the only pieces preventing... So Ryan before was threatening mate with a parallel knight move if these two common kings stops defending the square... what is this? D6. Which I suppose is still like a travel that he has access to if he really wants.
Yeah, but like...
But
I
it
mean,
doesn't
it's
actually
getting,
hit. The
like,
travel doesn't work. Never mind.
This is kind of what Black wants, though. Like, this is not as automatic as it, I feel like, should be, because now you also have to worry about sometimes, like, now you moved all your pieces away from your queen, right?
Yeah, no, you're right about that. White doing a good job of attempting to collapse here. That rook is quite annoying, but ultimately I think isn't going to be... I guess you can push the pawn. Ooh, okay. Wasting one of his very precious seconds here in the end game. Nikita, I am surprised by how well he's keeping up the pressure given how little time he has to respond to Ryan's moves. I mean, it's maybe worth...
Bishop b4 on the bottom board looks...
Bishop b4 on the... Oh, okay, yeah.
Maybe Bishop b4 more...
Okay, we see... Why was the pawn pushed after... Oh, because this was going to happen anyway, and then maybe it opens up the... But it has to be worse to be losing both of your rooks, right? I mean, this is spaghetti hour. I think that... I think it's over, right? Like...
I think Ryan is playing slightly too quickly here, but yeah, it's probably still just...
I
think without timelines, you're not running very many risks. Like every turn, he's got fewer and fewer pieces to do anything with, and you can just park your pieces behind those. Like even the forward pawns aren't going to do very much now that he has no supporting pieces for them, right? Especially on the bottom board. I mean, I think he's done well, but I really can't see, even with some wacky, 5D chess spectacle here, I really can't see the victory condition. In reverse royalty, pawns promote to regular queens, Samothy. They're always queens. Somewhat off topic, says Dreamer, this game is going to drain Ryan a lot. Maybe. You might be right about that. But I think Ryan is quite good when it comes to long series stamina.
Nikita.
Oh, that's for sure. Especially when he thought he had that win and that unfortunate common king sort of covering that one square. That was rough.
I kind of want to see the tiebreaker.
I mean, yeah, I'm very glad that hey, the more games the better, right? I really hope that it goes to a game 11 here. I mean, the players will suffer, but as spectators, that's going to be
schedule doesn't
Christmas.
agree with that statement, but
listen, man. In the 5D chess community, Christmas only comes once a year. Nikita not maybe realizing that there's a Jurassic... Or no, because that takes up a lot of his own time. And now he's just, what's he going to do? Exile? What's the idea here?
Just exile? Exile. There's no way exile is in time here, right? Because...
Yeah, it's going to take too much of his time.
Yeah, there's the desperation, first of all.
Oh, it's like mate in one if he moves his queen up there, right? Because you just have common king up one. No, he has to do just nothing. The bishop just mates him immediately anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's defended. So you have to make the chattest play possible. Okay. We see promotion. All right, there we go. Okay. GG.
We see the normal queen. It's a normal queen in the reverse.
We do very nicely done. Okay.
Honorable Sudoku.
Yeah, this is the equivalent of the Bon Cloud into loss, right? Honorable Sudoku. Wow.
Oh, by the way, that kind of reminds me of the game that I won against Lexi when I promoted the queen in defended pawn.
Uh-huh.
It was defended pawn. And then traveled to back to very early on, taking his queen.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
I don't think I remember that one.
I actually
Yeah,
submitted.
that was the,
I think
I
that
actually
the
submitted it for review.
Rook
So that's-
A4 travel
and
was
you-
just to was just for shiggles here, right? Sorry, what was that, Andre?
I actually submitted that. It was back when you did game reviews, and I.
Oh, did
submitted
I
it
review that
and you
game?
looked at it. Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I totally remember it. It was fantastic, and I'm so glad that Andre submitted. You can check that one out.
it's like
On the
the
YouTube
story of
channel.
most of my 5D losses. It's like you get like a crushing position, and then there's like one bullshit travel at the end that just everything falls apart
Yep.
immediately.
That was all calculated. All calculated.
Yeah. Dude, can I just take this opportunity to say that Lexi, our like one tournament game that you uploaded in like 26 parts to your channel, I think it just aged like fine wine. I think that shit holds up.
Dude, that's very true. Like I still like to this day, like I might not. I don't even have the technical capabilities to find like bishop travels like that like across the whole board. I feel like I'm playing like my zoom settings are too closed in to even see that kind of stuff.
Yeah, man. We don't got it like that anymore. At least I don't. I don't know what it was like. Week 1, I spent all my mana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I rewatched it like maybe, I don't know, a year and a half ago or something like that. And yeah. And
Oh
also
yeah, and
maybe-
it held up.
Yeah, maybe I have to rewatch it again. Yeah, and I was like surprised with some of things that were happening, but I forgot now. But there was a lot of timelines, right? Or...
Yeah, there were a shitload, man. There were like 7 timelines or something, and I forget what we opened, but it was something like either E4, E5, or like the Scandinavian or something that's just absolutely absurd. I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure, like even back then, like one thing I remember, and I think I did that in that game as well. I always traveled a knight on a pawn or a bishop, like one move back. I did that at least like 10 times back then. And every time the exact thing happens that you just recapture with the same piece.
Right.
And I still
right.
did it like at least 5 or 6 times.
Here we are. By the way, sorry, go ahead, Andre.
I recently had a dream that you're uploaded, the previous World Championship like leg,
Uh-huh.
and it got a lot of views and like a lot of people started playing 5 chess.
What a world. I think that's a beautiful dream, Andre. Now, here we are going into game 8. Potentially, if Nikita can clutch out the second reverse royalty game, the last game of the series, or alternatively, if Ryan holds fast, wins both of the reverse royalty games, we're going to go into tiebreakers. Of course, I think that no one would disagree that more 5D chess is better 5D chess, and so part of us, I think, rooting for Ryan here, but also how exciting that we have the former 5D chess world champion on the ropes, as it were. Will we see the 5D chess world championship switch hands every single 5D chess world championship, or will Ryan hold steady? I don't know.
One thing I will say, like out of all the variants that exist these days, I feel like reverse royalty has like the biggest chances to actually enter the draw after exiling, right? And then there's like no rules against that, right?
Probably,
Mhm.
yeah.
And
let
that
me
would
do the
be
prediction.
hilarious if we would see some degeneracy here to close it out.
Well, I don't think Phil will stay here. But it can be funny. So
I mean, you never know, because like the thing that's always so annoying is right, that you just get an extra timeline, right? To like justify bad like justify that travels, right? So and I feel like if there's any game mode where it's actually applicable, it probably would be this one, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
Okay.
let's hope not.
I don't know why, but I'm rooting for Ryan.
Interesting. Rooting for Ryan.
Maybe.
I mean, I'm rooting
Maybe
for
I
Ryan right
like-
now, but do you mean in the set overall or just in this game?
Yeah, I think probably overall I'm rooting for Ryan. I don't know. Maybe I just
Interesting.
like Ryan. Maybe I just
Is it because
like his-
Nikita's too much of a newcomer to be our
No,
fearless leader?
No.
Okay.
Like if Nikita.
Andrew is a
played
dog person
Dreamer-
confirmed.
What person? Oh, dog person. No, actually I'm a cat person.
Interesting.
Dogs are way too excited all the time.
Oh, if I said former world chess championship or world champion or whatever, then I apologize. He's not yet the former 5D chess world champion. Has White
Wait,
continued to
I
win
just
every
realized-
game? No, because 2 games in a row were won by Nikita on the scoreboard. You can see here. So no.
Wait, Samet, I'm just seeing Dreamer still typing in chat. I thought you deleted him from the World Championship completely.
Only it's like his Jedi ghost has come back to commentate. Not the person currently playing White. No, White. It's all right. Well, so they play pairs of games, right? In a single variant, and so if 2 games in a row are won by the same person because they switch colors every round, that means that the same color has to have won. Rather opposite colors have to have won. So White has not won every game.
Can I just say I'm so happy that after 7 games we finally see, or like not after 7 games, but after like 4 or 5 games we finally see like some imbalance, like some immediate imbalance rather than just symmetrical positions where one side's just crushing.
I couldn't agree more. I think it's interesting that with the less spicy variants, we saw really bombastic sort of openings, more or less out of every game. But with the spicier openings, it's been a lot of symmetric positions. So I completely agree.
Because players kind of they want the comfort of just playing simple move.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to, make the variant a little more homey.
Okay, but I mean, speaking of the position, actually, I kind of like what White's doing here for the time being. I don't like his time usage as always, but I mean, he's sort of saying like there's never going to be any degeneracy on the C files, like blocked by 2 or 3 pieces. Here's a decent space advantage, and he most importantly has decent controls over both colors of the squares, whereas Black already has some holes in his position and has some soft spots like E6 or F7. It can be kind of awkward to actually develop his common king there.
Mhm.
But I guess Black's probably aiming to play F5 here, and White probably something similar.
Makes a lot of sense.
Mhm.
But then again, Black also has this bishop tucked in nicely on B6, so there's no. So even if White's gonna push B5, he always has a defender on 7, and White doesn't say that. White's gonna attack that, playing for exactly that idea.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Nikita
I
really
think,
trying
like,
to force through this exchange, the knight for the bishop.
in reverse trilogy, things are rarely decided in the opening. It's almost.
I agree. That's why I was so shocked to see. I mean, that's exactly what Ryan thought last game as well, right? He didn't account for this, the merits of this time travel that ended up being sort of saved after some calculation by the.
By the way, I wonder
Anakin.
if Ryan, how much in advance Ryan saw that.
I agree. I also want to ask him when he realized that, because he took quite a bit of time after, the travel happened, right, to see what the counterplay was.
But what if it all was a ruse, sort of? What if he pretended to Since-
All a ruse? That's
That-
crazy. That's
There's no way. I think so. My
No,
prediction. I mean, you can ask him
I'm
after the
with
series, right? But I think what happened was that after the treble, he was first of all kicking himself that he allowed that and didn't take with the other pawn, with the F pawn. And then after that, he saw that queen takes bishop can be kind of annoying. And then he just went to see like, okay, does queen d2 actually lose? And when he saw that it doesn't lose, he just went for it.
I agree with you, but I do
Yeah,
love the
that's
possibility
probably
that
what
Ryan knew the entire time. I think that'd be incredible. All right, so okay, the Rook F8 sort of signaling supporting Lexi's anticipation here of like an F5 upcoming. Dreamer commenting that the pawn's placement is very important in reverse royalty. It dictates the plan for the entire game. I mean, more generally, I do think that is true.
Then it does, but it's feel like we're not. At least I'm not at the level of play where the particular plan matters in reverse royalty. It's like more whatever plan you have is probably going to be alright.
Well, yeah, because unlike sort of standard, you can swing, you can undecide which side you've castled your queen on, like immediately,
that's
you know?
absolutely annoying spell.
I will say I'm very surprised that White's taking so much time here. Like King D2 looks like such a natural move to me. That's like covers the bishop again, covers all the squares in your camp, and on F5 you can always just answer with playing F4 yourself. You probably don't want to take, but just it's either going to be like King D2 or just Rook F1.
Interesting. Yeah, we do see Ryan again has used less than a minute of his clock so far. And Nikita coming up on 8 minutes, which this early in what has turned out as predicted to be sort of quite a long game, at least in the previous match.
You can really feel Though how badly he wants to sack on c7. Like he so badly wants to just take the bishop off, play b4, and then play b5, and then just run it down mid.
I guess so. I mean, that is how he's lined up his pieces, right?
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, like you have a great position here, but you're gonna be down like 10 minutes already.
Yeah, no, that's a huge problem. I mean, Nikita, to his credit, he did play quite strong going into with like about 10 seconds on his clock for the last like 15 moves of the previous game. But I mean, it didn't end up working out for him in the end, right? So at least in that game, he had the excuse of really trying to calculate out the merits of this super committal travel. But right now, I mean, both players just developing, right? There isn't like anything unbelievably
there's
crucial that you need to commit to.
There's nothing crazy going on. Like if anything, like what might be crazy, but then might be getting like too into it, would be after you see a move like Queen E2 from Ryan the last game, like how you don't stop and think, like how can you blunder that badly, right? if you go, because like I would be very suspicious. Like if I wasn't playing Bullet, I would be very suspicious if I saw a move like that. But yeah, in this position, like he's hovering King D2 right now, and he just has a good position here.
I agree with you.
Nothing going on. There's no.
I agree. I get Nikita spending that much time. He simply tries to calculate literally everything and find the line where he definitely wins. I also tend to fall for this. I don't believe that from Dreamer. I feel like that's what I do, and I super commit, and then when I don't find the line, I'm like, well, it's doomed anyway, and then I make some move that I spent 0 time thinking of instead of 20 minutes thinking of, and then I lose. And then he just goes ahead and plays King E2 anyway. Okay, good talk.
Maybe Nikita, maybe Dreamer wrote it, from your perspective.
Immediate. He was giving me a script.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the vamp, Dreamer. Ryan wasting no time in making, what he clearly feels is just a straightforward developing move that betters his position. And I really like that, actually, just passing the clock back immediately. Why interrupt your opponent when he's busy suffocating himself with no imminent pressure on the board, right? But, you know, maybe we'll see. We'll see what... Maybe Nikita's cooking something up. He's still considering in the back of his mind. The moment you can't choose a game plan in the opening and you just set depth search equals 35. That's very relatable.
Dreamer using an engine confirmed.
Also, depth search 35 is insane to use for an engine. That's like the supercomputer levels, even with very few pieces on the board, right?
No, I don't think so.
Depth search 35? Are you crazy?
It
It increases non-linearly per depth.
Yeah, but it's not actually like, you know, Stockfish is weird. Like depth 35, but doesn't actually mean depth 35.
I mean, I don't know. Depth 35 depth is like a 20-minute wait with browser Stockfish.
Yeah, it's unclear what the depth means in Stockfish because it's like selective depth, you know.
No, sure, I get it, but you know, obviously it's not exhaustive, but it doesn't have to be. But even then, it's huge, right? Anyway, look, so we see this. What do you think about this proactive trade in here? I think that it's not necessary. Why would he be so keen to get this bishop off the board? Maybe to like make a lane for his common king to push up in front of his other pieces?
He still wants to play b4, b5. But the problem is if he but if he plays b5 immediately, black's just gonna play knight d4, and then you can't trade the bishop. So
right.
The two plans he's contemplating right now is if he plays b5 first and then goes for a4, a5, or if he plays a5 first and says black can't take on b4. Because then there's the same like sort of positional idea.
I mean, he really is fixated on getting this knight to the rim. You know what they say.
I think knight d5 makes a lot of sense here though. Like just starting with knight d5, because now after like you always have c2 covered yourself with the common king, and you're just getting more active position. And we see f3. Instead, which is kind of like a nothing move, I would say. It
really is a bit of a nothing
I
move.
guess it takes away black's bishop development, but right. I don't think black wanted to develop to g4 anyway.
He's not in a rush. There's no imminent pressure anyway, right? Who cares?
Yeah, but I mean f3, it's like always because like we're getting more and more into a symmetrical position again.
That's true. Yeah, just with extra steps.
And I think black's like I like the idea like the whole maneuver of going rook f8 because then you can actually develop your king like he did here.
Agree.
My question is, does he want to play king e6 or bishop e6 here?
Right. All right. Apparently, what he wants to do is just push h6. Interesting. Ryan now, for the first time all game, using over a minute of his clock. Nikita down to less than 7 of his own. Okay. Nothing move turns into maybe the beginning of a large
no, I mean,
h6
I understand, because h6 makes any f5 move much easier to play. Because then you're still watching over g5 always.
Oh, I see. Sure. Yeah. Don't want to get the.
So I think he wants to go.
I
think he actually wants to play king e6, and then f5. Or at least that's what I would be looking at this black. And white still wants to play b5.
Yeah,
b5.
makes some sense to me.
Yeah.
Is this all prep for Ryan? Asks Nuri. Yeah, man.
Before that, in chat, depth isn't actually depth. Then Opanker answers.
That's deep. That's quite funny. Dude, I've had 200 milligrams of caffeine. I don't know why I'm still yawning. Interesting. Nikita, wondering how he wants to develop. This is also where I get stuck, is like not
No, I
knowing
mean, it's a little
what
bit of a-
direction to commit.
It's a little bit of a question, like on which side of the board you would actually want to play. So one of the reasons why I dislike F3 so much is because it actually does very little, except like taking away the king side now. Like the only positional idea I would have on the king side now is go like h4 h5 and try to like claim a space advantage that way.
Yeah, by the way, still no exchanges has been made.
Oh, true. We still have all 32 pieces on the board, which is interesting. Okay, so we were wondering whether
Maybe
the
we'll
bishop or the
see.
common king were going to push
Now?
up to e6. Oh, we have our
Okay,
answer.
now I see. At least it's a positional idea for white, because now he's just preparing. Now he's just preparing a5, a4. Yeah, a4, a5.
Or maybe he just really wants to pull the bishop back to b3, recapture with the rook, so that he can go queen a1 castles.
Well, it looks bad to capture. Oh, and he captures.
Oh, wow. I think he was ready with it there. That's the least time Nikita spent on a move after the first three.
A power move.
Yeah, I mean that just makes sense though. Like
Yeah.
that actually is like follows his plan.
I agree.
Right, right there. But like, what's wrong? Like, can Black just play a5 here, or what am I missing?
Uh,
Yeah,
a5 probably. Yeah.
I guess White's gonna capture. I guess White's just gonna capture, and you can't really. There's not really a great recapture for you.
or something. He's playing super fast.
Wait, White's gonna capture and then there's no great recapture? Like, what about capturing with the a pawn? Because then you can't push a5 yourself, because then you have.
If White's gonna capture on a5, that's not really a great way to go recapture for Black.
Hmm. I see. Nikita seems like he's just entered tank mode, says Dreamer, waiting for Ryan to start attacking and make mistakes. Well, he certainly took a lot of time. He's waiting for himself to make the tank mode moves.
This
Also,
is like-
Ryan's not a
that's-
very impatient player, right? He's quite happy.
I
to
feel
play
like
solidly.
even though grabbing all this space, it does feel like White has achieved very little, because now Black's just gonna trade.
I mean, I guess
when
you
you-
have two options here, right? You either take or you park the bishop
Oh,
on
yeah.
d4.
D4, yeah,
Yeah.
looks probably better. Oh, okay.
But both times.
I'm going to.
That's
It's not a-
unfortunate.
Okay.
He draws
Well,
Ryan
right.
in with his time management. Yes, the time gambit, says Tatik. Yes, I am partial to the time gambit myself. Copium. Okay, so in just a few turns, we've seen all of the bishops leave the board. And so now it becomes this interesting... we're looking for the advancing walls of pawns, and then the little opportunities for knights to find holes, nooks and crannies to hide inside of, right? And I feel like these always end up being interesting because they give, like, in these kind of like knights versus knights without the bishops games. Also, the first time a piece has been captured, by the way, was that first exchange of bishops. The common kings both serve these weird and interesting roles of being like the really flexible piece that can sort of navigate through like the chinks in the armor that you always have to worry about when you're making like commitments with your pawn structure. What do you guys think about d5?
You mean captures on d5?
No, just the pushing up on d5.
Wait, am I delayed here on the stream? Because on my... Okay, he didn't take that. I thought it was Black to move.
No, he hasn't submitted yet.
No, I think. I mean, it looks kind of suspicious because depending on how you capture, there might be some C4 shenanigans, just pushing out the piece. So it's probably considering that. But yeah, I mean, right now Black's just threatening D4, right? So you have to react.
Right, it forces the reaction.
And honestly, like I like what Black's been doing here over the past couple of
starting
moves.
to look
Like
really
he's very
good for Black.
centralized. He's very centralized. Like all the space on the queen side doesn't matter.
and even
No.
like
He's
the
just better
F7
coordinated.
rook. Yeah, even the F7 rook has the potential to see the action pretty early.
Yeah,
By the
because,
way,
like,
Nikita
you
down to
don't
less
need-
than 2 minutes on the clock here. Down to a minute and a half almost, actually. And wow, I don't know how I feel about. I mean, I guess pushing D5 opens up like C5 for
I mean,
the white knight.
No, I mean that's definitely better than capturing. Like if you have to capture on D5, you're definitely worse as white. Whereas this at least poses some immediate issues. And you just have to worry that there's no takes on.
Nikita
on
refusing to
D4.
commit though, and he's got about a minute left on the clock.
Yeah.
I mean, Ryan's used 2.5 minutes. Why not commit? I guess maybe he could have just played like King D6 and then this knight is stuck on the rim for absolutely no reason. Well, King D6 played anyway. Oh, now he captures? Interesting. Interesting. I guess maybe
Yeah, I
he
mean,
wanted
just
to
one of those
preemptively
things.
block the diagonal? Is that the
Yeah,
idea?
looks just kind of crushing already with that king position. The common king is super important, I think, in reverse routine.
I think he wants to
I
go
agree.
for C4.
I agree. Yeah, I think I agree with you. Maybe he wants to commit this king to the c file and then like push this pawn up to kick it. But then
maybe C4 is maybe we can afford them to play king D4, and if knight takes or knight takes, and the knight is super strong there.
right, yeah, I totally agree. I think that seems really dangerous. And then
Yeah.
wow, he immediately starts committing to these late game pawn pushes, using up all of his time at the beginning of the game just to
No, but
prepare
that's
this pressure.
That's actually a pawn work. That's actually a sensible pawn work here.
Yeah.
Because this is actually very very awkward for Black to deal with.
Right.
After he spent so much time anticipating C4 probably, that he kind of forgot about the immediate kind of issue. I guess you can still take with the F pawn and then push H5 to keep the position
Why can't
close.
I
But
just why can't Black just ignore
you can't.
this? That's
I was
well, the
wondering.
thing is you're gonna take on H6 and then probably play Rook G1 and you at least have an open file, right?
well, yeah, but it's
no
there are
bishops on the
queens
board. How do you
queen, so-
capitalize anyway?
So yeah, it's kind of
It's not about how you capitalize. You play it on a move-to-move basis here.
Ooh.
And it's just small.
Hey, Ryan had his
Small
time to
wins.
consider this. I guess he wants to do this and then basically make use of his A rook.
oh yeah, maybe. And now if white takes,
Oh, down to less than
actually-
30 seconds on the clock. I'm so
Yeah,
nervous
okay.
for Nikita's time.
He's gonna play Rook G8 or what?
Ryan can take his time here. I mean, I think Rook G8 probably makes sense here. You've got
I mean, it looks so suspicious. Like this, by the way, the reason why you almost have to play F5 after you play H6 because this pawn break is so annoying to deal with. Like
Right.
I don't even like Black's position that much anymore.
right.
Like it just seems easier to play because you also have all these holes near your queen where the knight can jump in. I think just something like take on H6 and then like knight
I don't
F3
know,
is already.
why not knight G4 to Black? Just trade that knight, and then we have much better king.
I kind of agree
Pretty good.
with Andre.
No, I mean after knight D4 you just go king
Oh,
E3,
knight
right?
G3.
You don't.
Oh, king
Knight
E3.
G3, that is a good point. Knight G3, and then you can hop in either place, right?
knight g3 maybe.
But yeah, I really,
Okay,
I
but,
really agree with knight d4 here. I think that
yeah, and I
like
think
if you
I would
want to
prefer
push
a move
this,
earlier even.
yeah,
Let's see.
I can dig that.
Queen
Yeah.
h3.
Wow. Okay, giving up the
Okay,
no more
and
knights on the
without
board.
the knight, I don't see how white is ever going to create any.
Yeah, okay,
I'd
then now,
agree, yeah.
now, yeah, it's getting.
Interesting. But I mean, I guess how do
getting tough, I
you
mean.
ignore that knight? That's just hanging out on that square anyway, right? Wow. Okay, doubled rooks now. Forget the G file, right? Queen moves off the file. He's got less than 20 seconds on the clock. Ryan is laughing straight to the bank with all these minutes and seconds. I mean, for a game about time travel,
Yeah,
his mastery
Ryan
over the
is,
clock is noteworthy.
is taking, Ryan maybe has taken some lessons from El Timeless Bandito. Oh, Queen,
Assuming
King
he
C4,
isn't the timeless bandito. Or L timeless bandito.
Queen C4. I think El Timeless Bandito is like there are multiple people behind this.
I think you're right.
That's, I think there are. I know for sure that there are at least two.
Do you? Who are the two?
Yeah.
Is it Dreamer and Nikita? Dreamer and Mauer? Is it you and Dreamer?
No, I know for sure. This is like a math problem for you.
Okay, cool.
One of
I
them
know
is
for
CTP.
sure.
One of them is
there's at least
CTP?
two
Dude,
people.
I bet CTP's a fucking noob at this game, man. I think that he's the artist.
So uncalled for, man.
Right? I'm just saying, I don't think he has to be. I don't think it's, a denigration of, okay, so White trying to make things happen.
It's just the way that you said fucking.
No, it's true. That was a little uncalled for. There was some vitriol there.
That's like something I would say.
I love how that's the quintessence of unnecessary aggro is Lexi's playbook.
An interesting move is King C4 for black. I'm discovering.
King C4. Oh, King C4 is an interesting move for black, huh? It takes, and then you've infiltrated the back rank. Yeah. Man, I do not envy Nikita having to play this position with no time on the clock. It seems calculation heavy as far as endgames go.
It also might be for black. A simple plan is like play Rook D. No. Rook D F7, then.
It's like the
Just
saddest
Rook
battery of
F7.
all time on the D file.
Yeah. Well, kind of. That's why King C4 is such a spicy idea. Okay, Ryan now taking his sweet time.
I think for Ryan, maybe a simple plan is somehow try to trade the rook on G3 and then actually
On G6.
attack himself on G file because white rook is like what is it doing the other rook?
Well, okay, so
So maybe
what,
actually
Rook G7?
no, not on G7 right away. I think black can take time. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Just slowly.
I agree with
prepare.
this though, actually, opening up the file. I was gonna suggest maybe like B takes A5 or something.
Okay, but don't
Ooh,
just
okay,
do this
interesting.
thing.
Hold on.
Yeah,
exactly.
okay.
Yeah.
Wow. This is
I think
something
I would've
spicier than
done,
I expected.
honestly, I think probably a good plan for Ryan would have been to actually close the queen side
Yeah,
and-
yeah.
and slowly attack on the king side because the rook on the queen side would have just not be able to get back into the game. I think.
Hita's position isn't bad, but this time it's just rough. Cess mage. Rook takes H6 is so tempting. I think Rook takes H6 is not, I get it. Because then you've got a phase and you've got the trigonal, but I think probably Ryan has the opportunity to
losing.
close it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you just don't have enough material to convert, right? Like even if you had another bishop, that would be good. But Who knows? Who knows? That
I mean, but
is.
this is getting tricky now. Like you
Yeah.
have to play like Rook F7 now, right? Or like how do you defend?
What about Rook D6?
Yeah, Rook D6 looks.
Like,
No, that can't work. That can't work. Like you must have some Rook takes Rook,
why?
and then like Rook H6 nonsense.
Rook takes Rook, Rook H6? I don't know, man. I really don't know.
Because there's no way you can take on H6, right? You're gonna get Queen B1 killed.
I'm unconvinced.
I don't think like okay. It might not
Probably
be.
you cannot take there, but okay.
Okay, so we see Rook F7 anyway. Because if you can't take on H6, then why not have Nikita just play Rook takes H6 immediately anyway?
But because then you might be in time to go back and block with the Rook, right? But I don't know.
This
You
now
might be right.
it's worth mentioning
No, this is
maybe
terrible
that
for Black.
this is well, for Black it's a little spooky for sure, but also worth noting that there's like a guaranteed win condition eventually if you survive for 6 turns of putting your queen on the b file, hitting the white queen on the diagonal that's been there for
But
that many
how
turns.
are you gonna put your queen on the B file ever?
Yeah, there's a Rook there.
I don't know, Rook like Rook b8 in a few turns or something.
Okay.
You know,
Maybe
can't
there is-
take,
maybe
and if
there
he
is-
gets his rook out of the way, then you can check with the rook, you know, or something like that.
Yeah,
But
maybe
Rook
there is
B8,
like-
you always want into Rook B8, you always want into Rook takes H6 though.
maybe there is like C4 and King C5. Or something, but it's maybe too slow.
C4.
Okay, I'm
C4.
gonna run an idea by you. Because this is like the sort of idea you guys should see. Is there an idea of Rook takes H6 and then the queen traveling back to G6?
Woof. I mean, it's possible, but you have to be super
I guess the
careful.
Rook's blocking that square as well, which is kind
Oh
of.
yeah, Rook
Oh yeah,
Unlucky.
rook's blocking that square.
No, but for how long though? Probably for long enough.
I think maybe now it's still possible to do, but you know, you always have to be careful about how did Ryan's position deteriorate while I was typing that, says Dreamer. I mean, hey, he's got all the time in the world now to try to come up with a rebuttal for the pressure that
I
Nikita's
will
applying.
say it's very tricky for Black to even make a move here.
No, you're
What?
absolutely
Dreamer-
right.
What's up with Dreamer? What is he saying in chat? And Ryan
Oh,
does though.
interesting.
Oh, wait.
That pawn capture is quite spooky. But now there's nothing on the B file. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
But you can always drop the Rook back, right? Like after Rook B8, you can
Yeah,
go
yeah,
just
and
Rook
you
B6.
cannot
That's true.
actually move the back rank rook out of the way because then white has rook g8 check.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's true.
So unless wait, yeah, this is still very tough for both sides.
Yeah. This is a
It
four-
feels
four
like
close.
White is very close to having something concrete. But then again,
Yeah.
I think he's just gonna go Rook back and then push the pawn and then go.
I think you're
Black
right. When you don't
is
have
just
time,
moving.
yeah, No need to
I
hypercommit.
evaluate this position as forced loss for both players.
I mean, in a position like this, I would have anticipated that the player with more time is going to have the huge advantage where it's like incredibly sharp. But maybe
What
not.
if,
Maybe it's easier to play as white here.
What if as black we play rook b8? I know, maybe it's dumb. But a funny idea is like rook b8. No, it's completely dumb. Okay.
Excellent.
Because rook can always block. But if we pretend that rook cannot block, then my idea was to play rook b1 check, then rook b7 check. Or something.
What if you push the pawn as the pawn the c pawn as black here? Hit the common king.
Yeah, I mean you're just gonna play king e2, but
Maybe better is to.
Yeah, but what if you then take on take with the king? You sack your king on the d3 square.
well, the issue is the rook can still never leave the rook can still never leave the file, so it's not actually threatening to take. So you can just take with the king, right?
Oh, I suppose you're probably right.
And like I see your idea, you want to take back and then play c2, right? But
Yeah, exactly.
I think that
Ryan is
one
going
move
for
too.
some dank ideas.
That's pretty dank. It's like a corollary to my idea. Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
He's getting his
yeah.
king involved on the opposite side. To try to add a defender here and get himself out of the bind.
Oh, this is getting slightly suspicious now.
Oh God. Okay, my blood pressure.
He can
just
actually
spiked.
move his rook now. He can
Yeah.
move his f rook
Yeah.
now.
Interesting.
Which is like rook b7 and if rook b6, maybe just rook a7 or okay. Well, reverse royalty is hard, and it's like
First royalty is
It's-
definitely hard.
it's sort of my favorite variant in a way, but it's also I think it's too hard for me. I think I will just suck.
Dude, what
I
if,
think- I
what
think
if
white
you
takes
what
it.
if you rook a8 here as Ryan?
But Boy's just gonna take and then check you on g8, right?
Oh, on g8. Yeah, you're right. If you block, you probably don't have time to mate on.
You can even then probably travel.
Well,
to
no,
g8
but
on
like
some
I
other
was
board.
okay. You'd have to calculate this, but I was considering like rook a8, rook takes, queen takes, and then g8 check, but then
Yep.
queen b7
Oh.
mate.
a7, you mean?
No, b7. Oh, a7 as actually both are threatened now. But I mean, like it hasn't been that many turns since the queen was on b1, right? Or maybe it has by now. I lost track of time because of how much time has been spent.
Sorry. On rook a8, you're just gonna take on h6 again.
No, but then b8, queen b8 is immediate mate because the queen was on b1 like 7 turns ago.
Ah, okay, yeah.
At least I think so. I haven't seen. Yeah. See, it still hits actually.
Yeah, maybe okay, maybe right. Maybe
I
we
don't know
have
if
to go
he's
rook
seen
c6
it,
then.
but
Yeah, maybe you have to play rook b6 no matter what.
yeah.
Well, what's actually funny, what white is threatening here is to actually push e4. Because then the king has no squares.
Ah, right. That is spooky. Okay, and then takes back immediately. Ooh, okay, we've got plans on the open C file, and then B6 immediately really wants to push that pawn up the A file. Dude, oh my god.
This is so hard. This is like
My stomach is in my throat. This is, oh, okay, doubling the rooks, and then he has to defend, right?
okay.
Otherwise,
yeah,
it's
doubling
GG.
rooks is-
Okay, that takes a lot of the pressure off.
Or like
But
in
now
this
how do you
position,
follow
I
up?
feel like for this position alone, you need like 20 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, exactly, for sure. And so in that sense, I mean, hey, both players have Ryan's time to think about it, but also, you know, if Ryan comes up with a few move sequence, how you know you can't
He's just gonna
calculate through
Jurassic
it.
flag him.
Yeah, he's just gonna Jurassic flag him at the end.
No, I mean you're laughing, but that's like a legit.
No, there's
possibility.
nothing against it in the rules. There's nothing that says that a dog can't Jurassic flag you in the 5D Chess World Championship.
Oh, I see Ryan's idea. I see Ryan's idea.
Oh, okay. Push the pawn here.
King f4 now probably. King f4 and white cannot take because. No.
Oh, takes here.
It's not king f4 and white cannot take because we checked twice with the rook and queen d4 is checkmate.
Oh, okay, that's spicy. Wow, what is this? Interesting. What takes? I mean, he has the 2 checks, right? Nikita doing an amazing job of, you know, keeping his position stable with all of the. Wow. Okay, exchanges. I mean, suddenly, Nikita has traded away one of his rooks for his opponent's common king. I mean, that is such a Monka-esque pawn, kind of for both players. Immediately blocks with the rook. He has to defend it with the other rook, and then the A rook is still pressuring. It's gonna take a few turns for the.
Oh wait, I don't like. I didn't like that rook move.
It's gonna
Probably
be.
rook c1 should be winning.
Does he want to take?
Rook
No.
c1 is so ballsy, but you're
Rook c1 and
probably
you're
Maybe he
gonna
can just
take.
repeat. Maybe he can still repeat.
okay. Maybe go back. I don't know. The common king is spooky here. If
Because
Ryan gives
but
Nikita the
you
opportunity
can-
to push it up, then that's gonna win him the game.
Yeah, but I don't understand rook g7 because you're never gonna check anyway.
Oh my God!
So maybe
Ryan.
he's just gonna go back.
Dreamer
I think rook
points
c1
out
is just
that
forfeit.
Queen A1 is going to be potentially winning if the board doesn't change in a few moves.
Yeah, you should just go rook c7 backward.
I think
I
almost
think rook
certainly.
c1
Ryan down to less than a
I
minute
think,
on his clock. Yeah.
Rook c1 should be forced mate. I think.
Wow, really? What's the sequence?
If queen takes, then just rook c7 and white. I don't think has any.
Oh, and then
square.
you go on a1. Okay, I see.
Oh no, then white can play. Okay, never mind. Then white can play queen d1 and still defend both.
Queen d1 and then he defends both of the squares. Yeah.
Queen e1. Okay.
You
Wait,
won.
actually, if you go rook c7 and then pawn check and then maybe you go on a1.
Wow. Okay. All right. Ryan now only has double Nikita's time and counting. He's trying desperately to calculate the easiest way that he can convert his piece advantage
He's
here
down to 10
into a
seconds as
game.
well.
Oh my God! Now Ryan's got less time. Oh my God! He's viciously. Wow! He goes for the check. I wonder if this is. Wow!
Wow. Okay.
What is this? 6 seconds on his clock. Oh, now he checks with the. Oh, Nikita blocks because he thinks that it's mate. I mean, there's no way. Oh, but I don't see a mating square. What is happening? Oh, that
Yeah,
check
so what
is
happening?
terrible. Okay, down to 2 seconds on Ryan's clock.
Didn't Ryan have rook g8 check?
Yes, maybe. Is he now? He has to be super careful. Okay, yeah,
Oh
he has
my
to take
God.
the rook. Down to 2 seconds on the clock.
Oh,
Looking
okay.
for a Jurassic. Is he gonna Jurassic flag him? No, he's in check on that. No, he's in check on that board. No, Nikita down to no seconds on the clock. He flags in this position. I mean, he doesn't have
what-
any move anyway, right? But holy shit.
What
No,
was going on even-
definitely had. Yeah, there was something there, but
What? I mean,
Yeah,
how can you calculate where your queen
Yeah,
goes
you
to win the
can't.
game
You
here,
can't.
right? Dude,
no, you can't.
I can't believe that like 5 moves ago Ryan had like 15 minutes on his clock, and then it came down to this time scramble as a result of all of the moves that we just saw in this
Queen
crazy
B2 is the
endgame.
biggest. Queen B2 is the biggest Chad move. I've
Queen
ever seen in the
B2
real
was
world.
Yeah.
such a mindfuck, dude. How do you? It's like, yeah, it's just it's a hard stun.
Just the audacity to play that move is.
Oh my dude! As soon as I saw Queen B2 hit the board, I shot my pants. Like, okay, so wait, What's the threat for Queen B2 that he didn't immediately then play? Because he had no time on the clock, and if you don't have any time on the clock, then why do you bother to play a move that fucking crazy? Is it to flag your opponent by force?
Yes.
What?
I don't know what was going on there.
What did I just watch? Nikita jumped into the forge with this queen, or Ryan basically jumped in the forge with this queen. Nikita unsuccessfully grabbing the queen and wasting 2 seconds. Dude, I love how he looks for the force, like the Jurassic flag there. Oh my god. I also love how we came up with all of these like endgame sequences and then just none of them really happened. Or I just missed the point of like the last 3 moves here, where these rooks see each other and nobody takes anything.
I think the fun part about the position was, so I believe why he actually went for Queen B2, or like one of the reasons is that it was really tough for Black to make like any moves and it was kind of like wipes slowly killing Black because he had like Guapiec to opponent and it's just gonna march forward. So you probably felt like he had to do something crazy eventually, because otherwise you're just gonna walk in and win with the extra material, right? But
Yeah.
it's incredible that he managed to create counterplay after White doubled on the, like after White had both his rooks on the 6th file. It looked so over.
Dude, I mean, I'm just stunned. Samothy asking if there will be tiebreakers. Yes, there will be tiebreakers. There will be an additional after this. Now that Ryan has brought the score up to 4-4, we're going to see more 5D chess. It's going to be 2 games in a row of turn 0. And then if there's a tie after that, still, the rules state that there should be a 3rd game that's random color, medium timer, and then that'll be the last game of the series. It sucks that it comes down to a best of 1.
Me very wealthy.
Okay, Andre capitalizing in the channel point prediction market. Mogul moves. Congratulations. What a slobber knocker this is, man. I can't believe how like unstable the last 2 games. Nikita's here. His volume is just super low. I'm gonna turn him up a little bit. Sorry, what's your comment, Nikita?
I should have gone Rook G2. It was winning.
I mean, hindsight is 20/20, right? Like you had like less than 10 seconds to respond to what was going on here. I think Rook G2 makes sense. I don't quite understand what's immediately being threatened by Queen B2 other than a flag. Actually, maybe Ryan wanted to Jurassic flag Nikita with the Queen B2 play, because that queen can go so far back.
Wait, maybe not even Jurassic flag, maybe just checkmate
Jurassic.
on G2.
Flag me on Jurassic.
Yeah. He could have flagged on the B2 all the way there. That's so insane.
Wait, does it mean that I could have done the same thing?
Well, I
Jurassic
thought you were
Frontier.
looking... Oh, with your rook is a good question. Well, that's what you were looking for kind of with the queen probably, right? Or I guess your queen hadn't moved yet, so maybe not. Ryan himself didn't have time to scroll that far. No, the tech is you zoom out immediately as far as possible, and then you scroll over. I've done many a last-second Jurassic in my time. I think that with this many turns on the board, it's definitely doable. Okay, Ryan announcing that we're going to have the next 2 games in 15 minutes, taking a quick break, let everyone calm down. I'd also urge Nikita, as much as I would love to hear his thought process here, to maybe take a step back, take a breather, get a drink of water, go to the bathroom, compose himself, and get ready for the next 2 games, because that's exactly what we're going to see. My score overlay, unfortunately, doesn't stretch beyond 8 rounds. Maybe we could fix that in post, but hey, we're going into it. Okay, we can hear you loud and clear. Here we go though. The game is underway. We're engaging now in the tiebreakers for the 2024 5D Chess World Championship. We've got Ryan clutching it out after 2 consecutive wins to start the day off. Nikita pressuring Ryan into necessary 2 wins in a row in reverse royalty, which Ryan did after an incredibly gut-wrenching, pulse-pounding sequence of games into equality. So now we've got 4 games apiece. The way that the tiebreaker works
and
is that we
again-
do turn 0, 2 games in a row, and then after that we do one final. This is actually the last game. On God, no cap. Medium timer, random color, turn 0 again. But as it stands now, we're going to start with Nikita having the white pieces. We're watching Nikita's perspective right now. Ryan with the
again,
black
we see
pieces. Go ahead.
Bishop G4. Again, we see Bishop G4. And last time it was
Bishop G5.
Ryan who... Oh, Bishop G5, yeah. And last time it was Ryan who played Bishop G5.
It is currently still Ryan who plays Bishop G. Oh, sorry, Bishop G5. Yes, my bad. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Ryan was the one who played Bishop G5. You're absolutely right about that.
So that's cool. It's...
Yeah, could still
uh,
be a fourth game if the third game ends in the tie.
Sorry, could you repeat that, Maurer?
If the third game, if the third game.
Oh, if the third game is in a draw, then we just go into another game for sure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It'd
could
be incredible if we saw
still be
that.
tomorrow, like if they just draw up after a third point.
Or maybe we should agree that it's clearly a sign of divine intervention. We should play another round of tiebreakers after that. Dreamer says, quite interesting to see Team 0 now, because I'm sure none of the participants prepped for that. That's true. You do got to think. I mean, of course, turn 0 is in general the variant that they're most likely to be prepared for, just because it's, the most common competitive variant in the league, etc. If the third game is a tie, we just flip a coin. Very funny. What were you saying?
Oh, if the third game is a tie, then I am the champion.
Yes. Or maybe Dreamer takes back the crown.
Because it's like, divine intervention that clearly means that both players don't deserve it.
Right. Samothy proffering that they share the championship title, which is an interesting idea. Okay, so we see here early asymmetry. We've got, of course, G5, meaning that there isn't this Bishop D6 dark square bishop exchange available as an option for black, which then gives black the opportunity to set up the sort of queen bishop battery here onto G3, which interesting. Okay,
I hate this position for black.
for black you hate this position.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I hate that now the F7 pawn is undefended, and I do like 2-3 turns, and somehow I'm always losing.
Okay, interesting. Interesting that, okay, now Nikita opting to trade off the dark square bishops on his own terms. Preparing to
Yeah, but-
open up the G file and then have the
Probably.
rook take the file.
And why is it when I'm saying probably taking is bad?
Then it's
everybody
always
takes-
happens. Yeah, I know.
But like, why
It
would
might
you
take
take?
with
Why
the
would
pawn,
you
yeah.
Contemplating the e-pawn capture. Spicy from Nikita. Didn't we see Ryan do this in the first game?
He does. And he does take with e-pawn.
He
But
hasn't
why?
submitted quite yet. But this is
Okay, yeah.
interesting.
The thing is, he just plays knight e5, and what's black gonna
Yeah,
do
but-
about it?
Okay,
What's the
so
downside?
he can't do it immediately, right?
Oh,
Oh no, he can do it immediately. Never mind, because it sets up the pawn chain, right? If you take, then it's ICU. That is interesting. Wait, but if take. Okay, never mind. Opts against it. Maybe a little bait and switch by Nikita, trying to throw Ryan off his game.
the switching level.
Yep.
They, the rook on g1 will have that half open line.
Bishop g5, bishop f4 was a tempo wasted for white, but it also baited. Well, I don't know if it really baited anything, but
Yeah, I feel like with the bishop g5 move, It's I used to play it like often against Dreamer, but then I got stubborn with not playing bishop back to f4.
Oh, I see. Because you didn't want to waste the
And,
tempo.
And usually it's like ended up not very good.
Wow, wait.
You just
What?
wait.
After queen b6,
What?
Nikita may be giving
queen
us a
b6.
giving us a little show with a4. I'd be shocked if this. Oh no, it's fine actually, right? You don't want to, because after queen takes b2, you're screwed with rook
Yeah, rook
b1.
b1.
Yeah. No, right. Okay, he locks it in. No.
Good,
Okay,
but it's
for sure.
definitely not good for black, right?
Suddenly liking this less for black. If it's a draw, we fly them both to a boxing ring for 5D chess boxing. I've always thought the tiebreaks should use a much faster time control. I mean, that is how they, in the classical world championship, they do use increasingly short time controls. But hey, what can I say? I guess maybe we didn't anticipate
There was a time
seeing a
in
tie. Yeah.
but
Okay, Ryan responding with hopping the knight in here, which I mean makes some degree of sense, but
rook b1 won't be an option if the white doesn't defend.
wait, what's terrible? Oh yeah, okay. That if the queen's not there, it becomes an issue. I was gonna say just you can't push the knight up because then rook b1 exactly won't be defended. So you have to kind of let the knight hang out on e4.
I push the knight up. Do you mean take the knight with the knight?
Yeah. Oh wait, no, sorry. The queen still defends it on the diagonal.
The queen doesn't defend shit because queen takes c3 checkmate.
Queen takes c3, checkmate. I suppose you're correct.
Yeah, knight takes, pawn takes,
Right,
queen
right.
takes,
After
and
the
takes
knight
b1,
bang.
and we
Boom, boom,
threaten
boom,
everything.
boom, and then boom can't happen because boom, and boom is no longer defending boom. So yes. All right, Ryan applying pressure competently. Someone expected. I guess we see knight f6 next from Ryan, right? Nikita managing his time so far, you know, a little bit more. He's a little bit less liberal with his time use in turn 0 so far, but it is still quite early in the game.
Nice though.
So I mean, what if you just rook b1 now?
I think that's what he's thinking about.
Oh,
But I
b4
like
a lot
the
more
pawn
aggressive.
moves more, yeah.
Okay.
Either b4 or f5.
Grab the space. Ooh, f5 as well. I maybe feel more comfortable with b4. Because now you're forcing the issue with. You're threatening to win the pawn on e4 now, right? As soon as black's pressure is let up.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
knight
the
f6.
pawn
Yes.
won't be that much of an issue. But having the queen free again will be troublesome for black.
Knight f6 here, I guess, maybe for black, yeah?
Yeah, the kind of position where it starts to come up with a solid plan for both white and black. I'm trying to think who I like more.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to
I
say
think
here.
I'm
I mean,
fine.
white's got a lot of space and initiative, but also, you know, thinking into like late game.
But black
Neither
also
side of the board
some-
looks super, you know, super safe
Black
for.
has
white.
really nice knights there, nice grip on the.
I
for the
agree.
position. Like black knights are better than whites, probably. Even though, well,
I think that's
but no,
probably
it's such
true.
a
Black Knights
But
must be
no-
better. They're just further up.
yeah. But if knight f6 actually is black, then white now can jump into e5. It's always like very
Yeah,
weird, like
right.
standoffs. Or it's like
All right, Nikita taking his time now. Just, as soon as I praised his time management, he went into the think tank.
Mm,
And you know, I can't necessarily say that I blame him,
so.
but I do think this
One
was a
kind of-
solid game plan. Go ahead.
One kind of plan for black is just knight f6, maybe something like knight g4, and try to pressure on f2.
Okay. I see where you're going with that.
But knight f6 probably then just rook g1, and it prevents knight g4. I don't know.
If it was shorter
Very-
time controls, I have a feeling Nikita would flag. I don't know. I think that it's different. Like if you're playing Blitz, you know you're playing Blitz. You know, like it's not necessarily the same thing. Dreamer says that's why I should have had short timer games. The chat's falling asleep. Speak for yourself, Dreamer. I'm on the edge of my seat. Although I do have to say, you know, the longer this series goes, the rougher it is on Nikita, who is on Russian time right now, as opposed to
Well,
Ryan's
it's-
Canadian time.
almost 1 a.m. for him. Or maybe 2.
Nikita does well under time pressure, IMO. I mean, I agree with you. It's I'm consistently so surprised, or maybe surprised is the wrong word, but impressed by how solidly he continues to play when he's low on the clock. I've just witnessed
Yeah, it feels like he uses most of his time to choose between his late game positions. And then once he reaches late game, he can just bullet out moves because it's easier.
Right. Well, I mean, it's also a lot sharper, right? It's like I get what you're saying.
One move's only.
Yeah, right. I mean, I guess that's fair. But on the other hand, though, like all the time you have to, like, it's not necessarily 100% clear what the one move is that you have to make, and you're in a position where if you mess up, then you give up the game.
Yeah, but Ryan did show that he is willing to give time back. So if you can actually get a better position out of the middle game, it's probably an advantage.
Oh, what a hot take coming from Mauer. Rook B1 making a lot of sense here. You know, kind of pairing the pressure on the B4 pawn. I wonder if like knight G5 is
The way
a move
one-
here.
I realized one thing here, which is often with the queen positioned like that, there might be some queen travels onto the queen. So maybe
okay.
there can be some ideas of knight takes c3, then queen a6.
Knight takes c3, queen a6. Okay, that's a possibility. Okay, Ryan opting to push his knight up proactively to the f6 square, which I think makes a lot of sense. Of course, as Andre mentioned earlier, it enables the white knight to sort of hop in with some impunity to like the e5 square.
Which is a problem now.
Okay, very aggressively taking on a5 here.
The problem is b7. The
Right.
rook on
Why do
the rooks there is.
I mean, you
devastating.
just go queen
I don't
c7
see
for
why
sure,
it's
right?
devastating?
Yeah. Queen
Like,
c7 here, and then what?
I
You push
feel
up
like-
a6? Who cares? Then you just push
I
up
feel like
b6.
Our queen is going to be more devastating, no?
As white or black?
As black.
As black, yes. I see. Yeah, well, this taking of space does have a tendency to potentially backfire. Yeah, queen c7 basically forced.
So, I don't know, actually.
Now, I mean, you have the opportunity here. Okay, I like hopping in with the knight. I think that makes sense.
Well, now black's queen is gone for a while. Is it?
What? Immediate pawn break is...
You can do
Ballsy.
that as well, yeah. Or maybe not. A5 is not really defended.
I mean, there's nothing defending the a6 pawn, right? Or the a5 pawn, rather.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Why?
That's a little
Here-
spooky.
I thought that rook g1 was kind of forced, because here just knight g4,
By rook g1, do you mean rook b1?
rook g1.
Oh, sorry, rook g1. Forced because of...
Prevent knight g4.
Oh, preventing knight g4. Ah, I see. I mean, hey, that makes a
Knight
lot of
g4 would-
sense.
And if white plays c4, then it's... So knight g4 is even...
Actually, that
stronger.
is pretty spooky, huh? Now that I look at it. Or maybe at least like h3 or something. I don't
Yeah, and Ryan is hovering over knight g4.
know. Ooh, spooky. I guess it's easy to tunnel vision on like when you're the one applying the pressure, you know?
I honestly
I
don't
mean, knight
see...
g4 doesn't look instant winning. But
it does.
I mean, what do you do? What? Okay, knight g4. What do you play? Like rook g1, and then you just take on f2, and then that doesn't seem devastating to you.
Oh,
having
actually,
a, white,
almost...
having a knight on f2 is definitely annoying, but
That's the understatement of the year, brother.
Knight on it.
like
Cool,
you
attack
see
the
is really
queen.
defended, right? The
No.
the bigger problem is the open diagonal. Or the soon to be open diagonal.
I think it's spooky that he's allowed queen takes f or a3. Sorry, queen takes a5 rather. I apologize. Getting tired.
Yeah, queen takes a5 going to be also annoying. Like with the combination of
Knight g4.
knight g4.
C takes d. Knight takes f2. Queen has
Then
to
d
move.
takes e6. Is that the idea?
No,
Oh, the queen is
you don't sack the queen with check. That's not to be an option.
Right.
Yeah, but where the queen goes? Like,
It has to go to e1 to e2 to defend e3.
it
Mhm.
goes to e2.
But then you haven't moved the
Well,
rook
or
out of the way,
maybe-
so you
or
also get a free
actually,
rook
you
there.
You can go to b3, I guess.
b3.
That still defends e3. And you are
If
you are looking against e6 yourself a little.
Interesting.
yeah, if it goes to b3, I think the knight takes g2. And yeah, knight takes g2, knight takes g2, queen takes a5.
Wow, Ryan really taking his time here, considering what the best option is in response to c4. C4, per usual,
Yeah, but I think
blowing
he
up the
is
position
trying
here.
to calculate his checkmate here.
Yes.
So it might not.
Yeah, well,
This is
be,
made in
uh,
12.
Not necessarily checkmate, but like a fourth, like a secure win
Yeah.
because this looks very spooky for white. There's just so many lines of attack.
No, I'm inclined
Yeah,
to agree,
but-
and he does have.
If everything from that fail, that will be a time waste because all of this will.
Well, consistent with our
Uh,
experience in the rest of the series, Ryan does have an abundance of time on his clock to really hammer out like a concrete game plan here. Dreamer himself mentioning Queen takes A5. Also, Dreamer, please stop harassing both the audience and the commentary booth. Thank you. A black win would be very strong for Ryan, says Mage. Another controversial take.
Queen takes A5, Rook takes B7. Is there something already?
With 7, there's no way it's in time to do anything. So
I don't know, man. Then maybe you have like Queen takes A4 threatens mate, so you have to cover that. And you can always castle kingside. As Ryan? Did I harass anyone? I mean, you know what I mean. Not really.
You can always castle kingside, but I don't know if that's actually that correct. Because
Dreamer,
G file is like infinitely long open, and you can like really fairly easily sack the rook on G7.
Wow, Ryan really taking his time here. It's kind of like I think it's like a paradox of choice situation here, right? With the queen's entry on the queen side of the board versus
Yeah,
like
yeah,
G4 ideas. Versus maybe
Yeah,
responding in the
but-
middle of the board. I don't know. Sorry, go ahead, Andre.
but also that's the kind of what time is for.
Interesting. I don't know who had this on their bingo card. I do agree with you, Andre. Of course, that is what the best use of time
Oh,
is
that's
calculation in a critical
somewhat-
position.
Somewhat of a move order change, probably.
But why?
Or not exactly, because now the other knight can actually jump in to E4 instead of G4.
I guess yeah, you're right because this knight can't like capture on. You're pressuring the D2 knight, assuming that this recapture happens, and this knight can't move because A6 suddenly, or A5 rather, like I was saying, this triagonal becomes a liability after this C4 pawn push, which is quite spooky. So this also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he isn't submitting. There's no way Queen takes is correct.
I mean, I guess if queen takes and then knight up, yeah, where does your queen go? Like, I guess B4? It's like the only option or something.
B4 is basically the only thinkable option, but yeah.
Oh, Ryan wants to sneak his queen.
Oh, okay. So, I
Okay.
mean, this still maintains sight of this, like, empty A file, but more pertinently, it sort of gears up for after this knight moves forward, the F6 knight.
Yeah, that's
collapsing
a nice
in on the king
move,
side.
queen placement, probably.
Yeah,
from
very
Ryan.
flexible. I completely agree. I mean, hey, why, like I was saying, this is a paradox of choice, but why make the choice if you don't have to, right? I mean, there's also now the really annoying, like the, if he
Yeah,
has moves to spare, he can start taking all these pawns on the queen side, right? The A file pawns with the rook.
Yeah, I don't think
could be
that's.
annoying.
There won't be moves to spare for some time.
Oh, well, it
Yeah, I
will
feel
remain to
like
be
there's
seen what
a-
white does moving forward.
I feel like those pawns are not going to play a role.
Right, still
Knight?
has some pawn takes, and F5 is also lingering.
So knight e4 here seems
Okay, the
Because,
question here is
traveling on f1 is now mate in 3 by the way.
on F1.
Oh, on f2, on f2.
Right, yeah, that's what I was about to mention is if you do
So knight e4 looks very
94,
natural.
yeah. The mate into, of course, so if you travel to F2 here. Oh, wait. Traveling, how is it? Oh, yes. Okay, so if you have a queen here, then king takes if you travel to this board. Then you have the check, and then, you know, whatever happens, and then you have queen here, which is an issue. Is that mate immediately, like on that turn? Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah,
Yeah. Check, check, boom.
That's
Yeah, of course.
the classic.
That's
classic checkmate.
That's the classic checkmate. It really is.
But now knight can actually take on e4. Pawn takes.
Takes, boom, queen takes. And then queen up, and then I guess there's probably a way that he defends it, right?
Yeah. So
There are a few ways to defend.
that probably.
It looks very good, but
So yeah, if knight takes, pawn takes, queen takes, then we have maybe queen a3, and
True.
then maybe queen a2 and travel from that direction.
you say after 94.
Very interesting, actually. That's a
Yeah,
good
yeah.
idea. Yeah. So
you have
knight
to
e4, knight
take
takes e4, d takes e4, queen takes e4, and then maybe knight a3, or sorry, queen a3. Jumping in with the
Yeah.
idea that queen a2, and then you travel from the back rank.
And-
that way, it's
yeah,
more
and queen
turns
a3
back, so
also
that it's harder to
threatens
defend
queen
against.
c3.
Right, queen a3 also threatening a mate here, and so it's
And
difficult to cover both this and this.
Yeah, and maybe travel onto the queen also.
And maybe a travel onto the queen, right?
Okay, but
Hey!
Ryan, for your
Look who's talking! Yeah.
is this Ryan?
I've got...
Is somebody?
Ryan is actually
Yes,
my
yes.
alt.
I mean, it's not a free pawn, so
Yeah.
it isn't like it's just a trade of pawns.
Great minds think alike. Ryan, of course, famously a man whose mantra is see a free piece, take a free piece, see a free pawn, don't. So clearly, either he's made the blunder of his career, this isn't the real Ryan, or
It wasn't a free
maybe
pawn.
I'm actually a 5D chess genius. I find all of these equally
yeah.
unlikely.
But I think like in similar position, Ryan once said it's not a pawn, it's an obstacle or something like that.
Ah, oh, sure. Always moving the 5-dimensional goalposts. Okay, both players actually relatively even on time management here, at least, you know, with respect to what we've seen in the rest of the series. I mean, here
Oh,
you have to play Rook G8, right? I guess you don't really. You probably. What do you play? Just Rook takes A4? Do you keep going? What's the best
You
move?
can't- Rook G8 might actually blunder something.
Of course. The queen sees
I mean that-
H7, potentially.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's like bad, but
It was probably bad. After Rook takes, Knight takes, Queen takes H7 seems like it might be spooky. Although I guess that does allow Queen A3 with impunity. So maybe. Well, no, because you get immediately
A3
mated.
is
Never
mate,
mind.
yeah,
Sorry.
A3 is mate.
The knight isn't defended, and also even if it were, okay, that definitely doesn't work. So Rook G8 not an option.
Oh no, that's probably winning zone. So
I guess Rook G7 looking
but
pretty good.
I'm not sure what he's calculating besides that.
I mean, the position's holding with the knight and the rook here, right? So, like, rook takes a4, I guess, prepares, like, potentially rook a3 or something. Imagine making a move, not submitting it. You're simply violating the touch rule. I really like that interpretation of the mechanics. Touch move 5D chess would be brutal. Okay, interesting asymmetry. Yeah.
Imagine touch move 2D chess.
Imagine. Couldn't be me.
Oh,
There
it's
are,
unlike
there are
all-
some applying problems with touch move that could be really devastating in 5D chess.
Yeah, for
Like
sure.
accidentally clicking on a piece that can only travel, and then you have to travel.
Well, then you really have to do all of your calculation ahead of time, you know?
Yeah.
Raw. By hand, like the pioneers used to do. Exile by force. No, I think that should be an automatic game loss. Ryan, unsure how to respond here. Really doesn't, or wants to navigate the waters as securely as possible. And I am impressed by the mileage this D3 queen is getting. Definitely expected C4 to be more of a problem for one of the players. This turns out to be. The pioneers used to ride these babies for miles.
Want to calculate something, but it's all too late. Or maybe I'm too rusty. But also, actually, yesterday I played 2 games against Nikita in different opponent and I won 1 game, so I have bragging rights if he wins.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, that should be, you were saying that earlier you might be wanting to root for Ryan more. But
Yeah, but I still want to root for Ryan more. I don't know. Maybe I just like his wisdoms. He's a wise man.
he is a definitely. He is the, many are saying that Ryan is the Confucius of 5D chess.
Oh,
Many 5D proverbs we have him to thank for. Dreamer says he's caught me yawning, but I'm just saving my energy for the super hype. You know, spaghetti-filled last 10 seconds of the match. And we saw 2 turns in a row. It's like he didn't even have to spend that 10 minutes thinking. He could have asked me. But now this has me scared for him. You know, it's usually a bad sign.
Yeah, what is happening now? Like, no, queen can't undefend b7. Can
Okay, so here we have the queen rotating its pressure off of h7 and onto b7. I guess maybe you have rook b7 and it's just a similar situation to the what we had previously. I guess except for like queen b6 could be quite annoying after that.
Yeah, the queen on b7 will be devastating.
Yeah,
It's also looking on f7.
but I mean Ryan must
It's
have had that
perfect, yeah.
in mind, right? Well, having the
Right.
queen gone can also mean that having a queen off of d3 can also maybe mean that your knight can hop into e4 happily, and that opens up f2 shenanigans. It becomes a bit of a race.
The thing is, the answer travels longer for white.
Sorry, could you repeat that, Mauer?
The travels for white should be better.
Travels
Like
for white should be
queen
better.
b3, knight takes. No, even that doesn't really work because you have to take with a pawn. You can't just play knight. No, you can't just play knight e.
Interesting. Opts for
You can't
c5 instead
Why would you
of
wanna push
queen b3. Why indeed? I mean, I guess it cuts off the queen's access to a3. Like, must be the answer to that question, right? Because, like I said, now you've taken the pawns off of the A file, and now you've got the rook connected to the queen, and that was enough of a threat for Nikita to want to cover his tracks instead of proactively push up to b3.
Yeah, but queen b3, queen a3, queen b7, white is winning.
No, you can't be... You can't do that. Like, that must be bad. No?
Queen a3, queen b7, white is winning.
You think queen a3, queen b7, white is winning? I
You
mean, I
have,
guess...
like 3 checkmate squares.
What's the immediate boom? Boom.
You have f7, you have c6, and you have c8.
Takes...
And I guess
Queen
d8.
b3. What's the threat of queen b3?
Queen
Oh, take
a3.
the rook.
Oh, you mean queen
No,
b3?
the-
Right, for the... Yeah, no. The threat is taking on b7.
Like,
No, taking on the
Like it's
taking on
not
a4 is, but b7 is defense. It's important. So
Well, you know, you have the queen bishop battery, right? Or sorry, the queen rook battery.
not okay. What's
So, like, okay,
there's
what? Like
no-
rook b7 and then you go queen b6?
no? Maybe just rook a6. Oh no, rook a6 probably
Rook
best.
a6 drops the b7
Oh yeah, rook a6.
pawn.
But I don't. Why would I care?
Why would I care? Interesting. I mean, because
Like-
then you've got two rooks on the f,
Queen
on the 7
queen
rank.
takes. But I have. Isn't rook a1 check scary?
Then you just rook b1 again.
Rook takes b1.
Okay, and then you take with the knight.
Knight a4, and it looks like this. Maybe not.
I mean, you've got your f2 pawn still, but I don't know.
Maybe. Knight e4. Does it look? It feels very scary allowing knight e4, but maybe there is nothing.
I mean, I hear you though. Like, it's not super clear how you get like a massive advantage out of that. But I mean, at the very least, yeah, I don't know. The knight outpost. I mean, I agree with you. At the end of the day, it is your opponent's knight is more useful than your knight. Okay. Wow. Interesting.
Are you
Rook
watching
E2.
from white perspective?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I kind of feel like
Rook a2.
you tend to whenever you watch from someone's perspective, you tend to calculate for them more.
Well, I was talking
So I'm
about the
watching-
rook a. This is Mauer's line that he was talking about, right? Which isn't what ended up happening.
Yeah.
But I've been calculating the rook moving up the a file for the last 3 turns, which have taken 15 minutes
okay,
to
okay.
transpire. I can't see ideas for black there. Maybe just rook a2, take the knight and jump with knight e4 is what Dreamer is saying, which I think makes a lot of sense potentially. You are down the exchange in what's going to be an open game, but I guess you're relying on your ability to capitalize with the queen jumping into h4.
What?
Nikita doing a little bit of a troll here.
If you look where
He doesn't have a lot of time on his clock, so I'd recommend that he move more prudently. Less than 30 seconds I mean, this is like the
He doesn't know what to do.
closest we've been. Wow, okay, and he goes he goes h4, which is
Okay.
a fascinating move. 'Cause now, yeah, you jump in because now the rook is going to see f2. So after takes, you've got. I mean, are you relying on like the queen and
Oh, it
rook
takes-
collapsing on h7? Is that like the idea?
But now I think it's even worse now because if takes just queen takes h4, it threatens mate on.
Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, so now he's
Yeah,
going to
that's
move
a
out of
good
this
point,
way, but then there's queen takes, and you're threatening on the board, and if takes, then
Everything. Yeah, queen takes h4
That's
just
it.
threatens.
yeah,
on-
now
on
if you
mate.
take the rook, then it's
No,
literally
no,
mate on the
no,
board.
no.
Queen h1 is
Oh,
mate.
within-
It's
yeah,
not-
yeah.
yeah.
Even with
Oh.
the trouble.
Damn.
What? Why did this
Why
happen?
would you- C5. I blame it on C5.
Oh, how is it that with 20 minutes on the clock, I was like, the rook goes up and gobbles up all of the a pawns on the, and then it just happened, and then we had the queen coming onto the h file for either mate on board or mate with the travel. Man, this is interesting. It's interesting that this is how this game ended, given that both players spent so much more of their time in the early turns, especially Ryan, gearing up for this. And then this is just how it all went down. I don't know how to feel about this. Maybe he didn't see it. It feels like he ran out of energy. I do think that it feels maybe like he ran out of energy.
Yeah, I feel like after the...
H4 was a huge mistake.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
H4,
why you
I
played
agree.
C5.
Not sure why. Sorry, what? What move are you saying?
C5. Nikita, C5. What was C5?
Oh, C5.
Why don't you play Queen B3 there?
Listen. First of all, Mauer, that's no way to talk to someone who just had an exhausting 40-minute game in the tiebreaker of the 5D Chess World Championship.
Yeah.
Second of all, Nikita, don't fucking talk to us right now, bro. Just reset, take a little break, get your energy back up, maybe a snack, and gear up for the next game. I thought that it looked really promising in the mid game, before sort of low time shenanigans ensued. So, reset. Okay, he has deafened, which I'm glad to see. Yeah, I mean, after a game like that, all you have to do is, keep your head up and get back into the swing of things, right?
Dreamer is living up.
Dreamer recommending that Nikita take a quick nap. Okay, we're immediately hopping back in. Nikita refusing to take a minute, which nobody could blame him for doing, especially the fact that, this is almost certainly, well, I mean, we're in tiebreakers, right? Like, this is potentially match point. Okay, we see regular London stuff. We see both bishops go to the F file. More common of the two. Wow, okay, Nikita really taking a moment here to consider how he wants to proceed. Interesting. He goes for Queen B6 stuff. Which we don't see a lot of. It's kind of commonly accepted that this isn't super strong.
Yeah. But Ryan rattles off.
Especially for black.
Exactly, especially for black, yeah. Because, I mean, A, you want the queen to participate in the defense of the f7 square, but also B, it becomes more easy for the queen to remain less flexible as long as you make a few calm preparatory moves preventing the black queen from hopping in.
Yeah,
to the queen
even
side,
that is
it's
not
easy to lock the
necessary.
queen out, yes. And so...
You just let the Ryan's matter is you just let the queen take on b2 and castle kingside.
Exactly. That's kind of the idea. Or, an idea at least. But let's see. I mean, Nikita may very well have a few tricks up his sleeve. What I'm really hoping hasn't happened is that, he's sort of gotten tired and overwhelmed and lost himself in the sauce. I'm really surprised to see that he didn't kind of take a moment to just regroup. Especially given how late it is where he is. I mean, this has been like an absolutely grueling experience so far. These have been, from a spectator's point of view, like an incredible series of games. Super high entertainment value, but man, to be the players playing this with the championship on the line, especially given the absolute roller coaster of emotions that the previous 4 games had been, right? Being game point only to have it come down to the tiebreakers. Has to be really emotionally taxing, mentally taxing for Nikita. So I really hope that it doesn't inspire a ton of confidence here, that he's spending so much time on what is still like a super routine move out of this opening, right? But I don't want to be a doomer. Let's see. I'm confident that, Nikita isn't just gonna go swinging wildly with something that is unconsidered. We're not going to start a prediction. Don't worry about that. Let's see. Is really considering whether or not he wants to. I just maybe thought, let me switch it up with Queen B6, and now he's considering the implications of this bishop travel with the queen here, right? But I mean, in that situation, well,
does he really? Oh no, that's not good, because nothing of this works.
Sorry, say that one more time.
If he really looks through F2 travels now over B2.
Oh yeah, that's not a fantastic look, right?
That is like known theory for Ryan.
Yeah. Dreamer saying, I'm afraid Nikita's capacities are exponentially decreasing with the time going as it's nighttime for him. True, I mean, that is the rough side of a series of long games, given our timetable, right? But I do wish, like, if that is the case, I would hope that he would voice his concerns. And I don't think it's out of the question to arrange, if there are like extreme temporal circumstances, given all the different time zones, that we play the tiebreaker best of 3 on like a different day, because I think everyone would agree we'd much rather see good games than, unexhausted, like 7 a.m. Russian trying to come up with new turn 0 theory on the spot. You know what I mean? Oh, spending 5 moves on this, or 5 minutes on this move is really rough.
Oh. And by the way, we don't have the overlay.
Take the bishop.
He might be in the state where he's so exhausted that he simply doesn't want to play. I mean, I don't think that any of us are in a position to play armchair psychologist here with Nikita's disposition, but yeah, I really do hope that that's not what's happening. It's 1:30 a.m. for him. All right, well, it's a little bit less awful than I thought, but that is pretty late. Maybe I'm biased because all the Russians that I know have such insane traditional sleep schedules, like Andre.
That's the downside of having sleeping schedule.
Exactly. He's spending so much of his time. Oh, my heart sinks here because I really don't want him to just be so exhausted that because I mean, it's really rough, right? Especially when you're like up 2 games at the beginning of the day, and then 4 hours later, you're like, okay, it's the tiebreakers, and then you sort of just burn out calculating like the previous game, and it sort of fizzles the way that it did at the ending. So that's really rough. Oh, dude, every minute that elapses, it is really disappointing. I mean, maybe, I don't know.
And Ryan still has all the time.
Yeah, Ryan still has all of his time. I really hope Nikita finds it in himself to kind of perk up here.
And by the way, this is how it sometimes feels to watch you play.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
just like-
I understand that.
the minutes are ticking down, and you and we in chat like, bro,
Yeah,
when is he going to play the rest of your game?
No, that's fair. I mean, in a situation like this, it kind of makes me wonder if we should have like more proactively consulted the players about, you know, their okay, 7 minutes on this move in this sequence, and then we move forward from here. Like if we should have been more proactive about, you know, maybe asking if the players are fit to play out the rest of the tiebreakers, because already like 4 games is quite a lot, especially of this game at this level with this time control. But I mean, also at the end of the day, you know, the players kind of have a responsibility to like share their concerns, right?
They look like they agreed pretty fast upon
That is true.
playing it.
As you can see, it takes much more time for Nikita to think. He might even be running into loops of reassessing same lines over and over because of tiredness. I mean, that really is the most relatable experience. Like I feel myself, it does feel the worst when you get into that loop of, you know, constantly going over the same lines, hoping that something will change like the 5th time that you look it over. Or that, you know, you're not quite aware of the fact that you're just making the same calculation over and over again. Nikita, I guess, considering the merits of Queen takes b2, which I think that's not really a thing. Because I remember so many times in the past. Ooh, offering a spicy queen trade here.
Oh, that's
Okay, hold on. I don't know that I've
That's
seen too much
often-
of this.
I think I did see quite. I don't remember who played this against me, but I think somebody always tries the queen like that against me, but I don't remember who.
Right. Okay, and he puts it on the board. All right, Ryan, more than willing to take, I guess, his time advantage and the sort of... Okay, immediately now, questioning Nikita's plans to defend this. B-pawn, Nikita going to the rim with the knight. Offering a trade. It's interesting to see this position with the e-pawn not pushed up. Ryan clearly with a more stable pawn structure right now. I mean, I think there's something to be said for maybe getting out of hot water, just taking the queens out of the board in a situation where you don't have, especially as black, in a situation where you're likely to be set up with less queen flexibility going into the mid game. Of course, at the price of your c-pawn being out of position here.
But white's pieces are much more active. Yeah,
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
so it looks pretty good for Ryan.
Does look pretty good for Ryan. Ryan taking his time now, considering how he wants to respond to this.
Yeah, bishop
I don't know, maybe
C7, maybe looks kind of
Bishop
better,
c7 does look kind of silly. Okay, I was going to
But-
suggest Bishop g3.
but- Yeah, but rook c8, and then there was I think nothing.
Takes with the h pawn. Okay, pretty solid.
And now both
It
Ryan.
might be a bit better for black, but
With the b-pawn push is interesting. I mean, okay, Nikita now with the material imbalance in terms of having the bishop for one of the knights, means that he, especially with his pawns placed the way that they are, kind of doesn't have to worry quite as much about the fact that his kingside pawns aren't defended, without any weird like queen or bishop travels or anything, and then opens. Okay, gets control of the open c file. Interesting. Okay, I mean, listen, like this is far from the worst position. White is, however, consistent with the rest of the series. Up about 8 minutes on the clock here. But we'll see. We'll see if maybe Nikita's goal is just to get Ryan out of prep. Wow. Okay. Attempt. So his priority here is definitely to connect the rooks. Wow. Okay, e5 is wild.
It's not as wild because there is no bishop now.
That's true, but it still seems pretty wild to me.
But it's still a pawn sack, actually.
Yeah. Exactly. And it's unclear how advantageous.
Oh, it's not actually a
That's
pawn
for
sack
black.
because it's a big pawn.
It's not a pawn
Maybe.
sack because the b4 pawn. I mean, Nikita is down a pawn, right? He sacked his c pawn for the queen trade and the knight for bishop exchange. Okay, now he's
But
prepping e5.
If you remember Ryan wisdoms, then
Right. True. Very true.
pawns have negative value.
Pawns have negative value. Yes, of course.
Actually, e5 has you might wanna play just d4 right after. If the pawn, or I guess you trade knights and then you play e.
I mean, probably the
before
next move
after.
for white is just rook c1 no matter what.
Yeah, I think rook c1 for sure. This is interesting because now it's tough to. I guess maybe e5 is really tempting to get your bishop active, right?
Yeah, I think e5 is also one of the only moves.
Right. But now it's difficult because after it's hard to respond to rook c1 here as black, right?
The knights are too good at defending the king right now.
Yeah. Nikita unsure how to proceed. It is difficult. I don't know. Maybe you just push the pawn, and then when rook c1 happens, you just play, like rook b8 or rook d8 or whatever.
Yeah,
Just
you
wait
have
until
to-
you can like castle kingside, which you don't have to worry about
have
a travel
to
for, because
give
no
up,
bishops.
give up the file.
Yeah, you have to give up the file for sure.
Right.
White several
But then
tempi ahead. Nikita has to play explosively, otherwise he's doomed.
also the problem with
Yeah, okay.
Well,
no,
there is
no,
the
no.
imbalance, right? There is the asymmetry of the bishop for the knight.
Yeah, but
there's a problem with
this won't be a problem for white in ever, I think.
Time management going to be a huge issue here for Nikita in this mid game. I'd say it's not looking too terrible now. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's 10 minutes behind, but you never know.
What was this rook though?
Sorry?
Why was this rook?
Oh,
Like, okay.
well, no,
It's
I
just like-
anticipated with this rook, but I guess I'm not
It's
sure.
just like they're
why.
trading anyway, but
It
if,
doesn't really matter if you wanna trade
yeah,
anyway.
if they trade, then it doesn't. But if Nikita sidestepped with his rook, then I think it would have been better.
Interesting that
Yeah.
he allowed this, but maybe it makes sense. Oh, he's kind of
Well,
castling.
it definitely makes sense. It's
That's interesting.
basically casting by hand.
But it's going to be really easy for Ryan to mobilize his knights here. I guess no, if you stay, because the d pawn is doing a lot of work the d5 pawn is doing a lot of work to prevent the d2 knight from.
The knights
super
also
quickly
have to
hopping
stay
in?
defensive. I think this was like a really creative way to actually get a playable position out of this.
Yeah, that's a good
Basically,
point.
knights would be like
Okay, yeah, this is how you have to mobilize your knight as Ryan, right? Okay, no, Nikita doing quite well to
to survive.
to get himself a playable position in this endgame. 3 king moves in a row. Yeah, I know. Okay, opening up the lines of the bishop, which opens up the lines of the rook. In a moment, and I'm really curious here if Nikita can leverage this bishop to apply pressure in ways that Ryan can't. Of course, it's going to be a matter of keeping these knights caged, right? Preventing them from hopping in, 'cause otherwise that's going to be disastrous. We'll see. We'll see.
Not sure why not e5, but
Why not e5? I mean, e5 takes. I guess it just looks more open and spooky.
Probably
takes
F5 kind of.
means one knight less.
Yeah,
And
there's
if you
one.
don't
There's
take
one fewer knight that you have to
more,
worry about. You're right about that.
You have, and if black doesn't, if white doesn't take the knight, it's checkmate on e4.
Perhaps after trades on e5, he doesn't want knight g5. Says Dreamer, which
Yeah, but black knights.
maybe I could understand, but
Yeah,
seems
I
less
feel like
relevant. Okay.
right now it's kind of hard for f9 to get into the game, and if black plays e5, then
Yeah.
it's much easier with that knight.
Exactly. Yeah, it kicks the f6 pawn. And so I think that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so Nikita's opting to attempt to sort of stabilize and get his pawns into positions that stymie the developments of these knights on the side of the board, which I think makes a lot of sense. You know, he wants to kind of give himself some space so that he can afford to, you know, push up this bishop and get the rook involved on his own terms, which I think makes sense. e5 d takes e5 knight g5 e6 c7 is
Yeah.
c7. Oh yeah, I see. Knight g5 e6 c7. Sure. Yeah, that it kind of opens up a lane for the knight. I agree. And then if you force, okay, we see the immediate knight rotation.
And
Well,
And the
now
Ryan
you
has
have to
to go
play
for
e5,
some-
right?
for some longer.
Now there's like no. Okay.
Spooky for black, but how to it's, b6 pawn. But how to actually use that?
These guys are making moves and not submitting them. True. Okay, no, Ryan considering what the best options are to proceed here, which is interesting. He really wants to continue to
Yes.
apply pressure and not allow.
Yeah, Ryan by the way hovering over like moves like a5, rook c6, trying to
Oh,
somehow
okay,
find the way.
interesting, very interesting. I mean, the more active, the more
Yeah,
active, the
and-
better, right? You want to crash
No,
through with
think-
these knights before Nikita can set up.
Yeah. I think Nikita's king position, like it's very far from his pieces. It's very tempting to try to find some forcing stuff.
I think
but
that makes a lot
I
of
don't see
sense.
anything.
And hey, he's got the time to use, right? He's up 10 minutes on the clock. Not really winning, but white has temporal advantage. I mean, that's certainly true.
One idea white might have is somewhere far in the future, travel just Jurassic with the rook onto c file in this
Okay.
position.
Wow, quite an aggressive... Wow, Nikita just ignoring it outright. Which is interesting.
You have to ignore it. You don't wanna play on the.
Oh, that
Yeah,
I mean,
you
that's a
cannot
great
play
point.
the
Yeah, you
stuff.
really can't. No, that's totally fair. What can you do about this? Yeah, you need the pawn to stay on b6 to prevent the knight from hopping in. And also, this activates the bishop anyway, so I think it makes a lot of sense. That's fair. Plus, I mean, the c lane is open right? The C file, and so it's not like if he doesn't have a way to capitalize on that, then like the A file being open is going to present similar difficulties. Which makes a lot of sense. I respect Nikita's level-headedness here. All right, going on ahead. I'm curious how Ryan's going to proceed here, because we're only a few moves from this bishop coming up, and the rook coming to the rescue of the 8th rank. Because I think I'm super happy as Nikita if in this position I can swing over the rook and trade it off, right?
That
Oh
is
yeah,
a
yeah.
very
Especially because it's in a big
move.
open endgame like this where there are very few pieces on the board. A bishop is so huge because you threaten a ton of Tchaikovskys.
Yeah, white definitely shouldn't trade the rook because it's just like
Like-
white's.
Why-
I completely agree. Nikita really
it's
leveraging
so
the
tough
position well.
that Nikita has to win here.
Yeah, it really is, man.
If Nikita doesn't need to win, he could trade the rooks off and then set up for some inactive soft mate with the bishop.
I don't know if anyone's considering inactive soft mates here.
Oh yeah, but yeah, actually, kind of hard to avoid rook trade with white.
Exactly. Yeah. What do you do? I mean, maybe like rook c8, rook a1 or something.
It's like before that, I saw that white has like a long-term idea of Jurassicing on C file.
Yeah. I could see that.
Ever
Interesting.
since I lost to QQQ like that, I always consider inactives against me if I don't have a rook anymore.
Yeah, Dreamer says I'm afraid white can't deviate the rook trade. Yeah. Wow. Okay, Nikita perking up. Showing more than signs of life. Ryan now using a lot more of his time than Nikita is. Which really has been a core theme of this series, right? Nikita uses time early, Ryan uses time late. Hi Kusane, we're in a very tense tiebreaker match here. Currently game point for Ryan. If he can win this, then he does successfully defend his title, but Nikita giving everything he can to attempt to take this to a game 3, which if that happens to be what happens, then I might ask the players what they think about postponing the last match. Or maybe not, I don't know. Maybe it's not my place. We'll see right now. We have a more pressing matter at hand, which is, wow, okay, we see rook c6. Super aggressive out of Ryan. Now, yeah, how do you avoid this now? How do you answer this? Taking the e6 pawn, maybe? Like, is that the idea? Oh, okay, going with Andre's Jurassic idea. Interesting. Oh yeah, the bishop's all tied up. Ooh, this looks
Okay.
rough. How do you, okay, eventually
right.
in a few turns, we do have the defense. Yeah, immediately attempting to give up the material,
Yeah,
which I think makes a ton of sense to prevent this
I-
from happening.
yeah. Ideally, the Jurassic should have been much longer,
Yeah, I
but
agree.
this is not the ideal world.
Okay, Dreamer playing both sides of the argument. It's not going to completely neglect what he has to offer here. It's important to point out that Nikita has set up a Jurassic himself, but I think it is few enough turns that it makes a lot of sense to let your pieces from T0 or sorry L0 defend in just a few turns. Like if you can give up the material to sort of stabilize, I think that's not terrible here.
Yeah.
I mean,
L0 sounds like a Spanish villain.
L0. Very good, very good. It's quite funny.
I will say if it is a tie after this game, I will probably ask the two of them if they
All
want
right.
to postpone the last
Well,
one.
we'll see if it gets to that point. I mean, I think everyone will agree that we want to see a good game and not like a super
Yeah.
grueling, taxing a 7th game where for one of the players it's like 8 hours later past midnight.
Yeah, but by the way, I myself am falling asleep because I finally have some semblance of sleeping schedule.
Wow, this is huge in the character arc of Andre. But
Yeah.
Ryan, I'm surprised that he hasn't necessarily like anticipated this, or maybe he just really wants an accurate, concrete line here moving forward. Because I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
but-
he's got a. So yeah, I think.
Yeah, he's got to decide
Why
what
does he?
to take.
Why did he try like that?
Knight c5 is quite convincing. It's very shrewd, I should say. Sleep schedules are overrated. Yeah, maybe you're right.
Yeah, I was forced.
It was against as well. Wow, Ryan now coming down to again. Only
Well,
like
maybe
4 minutes
when-
ahead. Less than double Nikita's time.
Peer pressured by society.
Maybe Ryan really was desperate.
King walks up and takes the rook. Yeah, maybe. I'd be nervous with the knight right there, but I mean, I get your point. You're trapped in here with me. King walks up and takes the rook.
I don't think Black's king can do that.
I mean, it's definitely spooky, but let's see what Ryan. Yeah, I am quite surprised.
Yeah, it looks like
Okay,
knight takes
goes
down
ahead
the-
and takes with the knight, which I think makes sense. You definitely want to preserve, like going down a rook here really sucks, right? And then you
Yeah, but the other was moved to take with the pawn.
take with a rook, and then but yeah, you have the Jurassic here as Nikita, and then the knight will defend. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong square. I apologize. What I was about to say doesn't make any sense. Okay, stacking the
Well,
rooks.
Nikita doesn't really have a long Jurassic. The king moved there. Like the king is blocking the rook.
Yeah, okay. Checking out Jurassics now. Yeah, he has to move. He can only move as far back as the turn where the king was. Because the king on its journey to the b8 square walked through c8, right? Exile the bishop. Honestly, exiling the bishop is maybe not the worst move in the world. Well, it's not an exile, but because then it opens up your knight defends on g1 and you reset timeline priority. Because otherwise it takes 2 moves to activate the rook, right? That's
Actually,
an
quite amazing
interesting-
that the travel is exactly this long.
Huh, this is kind of wild. Maybe he wants like rook g1.
Oh,
Maybe he wants like
Actually,
rook c8 check, move the king up, and then rook c7 check, and then you go back with your rook so that the knight on d7 captures the rook on c7.
I think this
Can
a6 move is really clutch.
Are the rooks able to
Because okay,
make here? I don't think so.
okay. So before,
Oh! It prevents rook b5 check.
okay, no.
Don't
Yeah,
A5.
yes. Can I explain? Can I explain?
Yeah, go for it, Andre. Go
Uh,
for it.
Rook c8, king moves, other rook c7.
Wait,
Oh,
what?
no.
A disconnection? What? It says you have disconnected on Nikita's side of the board, which
Oh,
I don't know how, because he's been streaming his perspective and we haven't seen any interruptions. I don't think.
It might be a router reconnect.
Yeah. So even if the internet like goes out for like a split second, it's still 5D chess still disconnects.
I guess so. Oh my god. Okay,
which
so we
is
have to
sucky.
to
but-
get back the
We might need to
this
remake.
is this position.
we have to get back to this position. I mean, there's no other way, right? We have to get back to this position. This is where he pushes a he pushes Oh, he was just thinking about it, right? He hasn't done it yet?
Oh, he didn't submit it, right?
I guess he
Yeah,
didn't
probably.
submit it. Okay. So they each lost 6 seconds in the remake. So take back 6 seconds from everything that we said. I think it's reasonable to do that.
So I feel like without a6, first of all, it actually gives the king the a7 square.
A6 was submitted on Ryan's point of view, or at least on their wait.
I don't know. Ryan's got the PGN.
Maybe not.
Okay, well this
It's
doesn't
weird,
check.
It's weird with the PGN recorder because it doesn't show the submission.
Okay.
Okay, really scared.
Oh, different
Okay.
order of events
fantastic.
here.
It does go a6 because otherwise there was some really nasty.
Oh, I understand what
Imagine.
you're saying, sorry, Andre, of the parallel move of the b3 knight onto b5.
Yeah.
I totally. And also, I mean, I was paying more attention to the rook b5 threats. Going up a timeline here is huge, especially as
Rook
soon as...
c7 looks good. But
Okay, here, this is what I was thinking, because here, Nikita can afford to travel back with his rook and then take the rook on, you see, from two
Oh.
timelines away.
Yeah, you can
Take the
just
c7 rook.
move up or something.
yeah, if move up, then actually a5 is basically checkmate.
Move up, and
or
a5
you
is
go
basically
there.
checkmate. Oh, yes, because see, I mean, he needs to be defending... Oh, I guess he's defending with the king on the other board, I guess, right?
Oh yeah, but he can maybe jump to another board.
Now,
With his king
well,
after
now
a5.
he has no longer... Oh, he might actually still have a Jurassic, right? And it might even be a good one. From which he can still...
Oh no, wait a second. Oh yeah, Jurassic.
Interesting. Jurassic...
Oh wait, it is
But
checkmate with the
a5?
knight. Damn.
Wow, okay, it's not 100% obvious how... What's the time they lose? Oh, could you repeat, Crazy, what time we said he loses?
So
17,
accounting
14?
accounting for the extra 6 seconds, Ryan would lose at 11:57,
Okay,
and Nikita
should-
would
but should
lose
we-
at 17:08.
okay, 1708, gotcha.
Should we count for this extra 6 seconds, which players don't know about? I feel like it's better to just not.
I actually might agree on that.
I don't know, man. It hasn't been discussed, so I think...
I
Like,
think the
either way, the
players
players don't
know
have the
about it.
information. So maybe I leave it to the tournament official.
Yeah, I actually tend to agree with Andre here. I
Okay, fair enough.
probably just keep it
Yeah, that's fair, I think.
the way it is. So the times are basically 17:14 is when Nikita loses, and then 12:03 when Ryan loses.
Okay, thank you very much, Crazy, for keeping us on track. Ryan now unsure how to proceed. Furiously calculating away the lines. It also, in an endgame like this, has to be remarked on that everywhere the king goes is now a square where if a rook moves to that square, it's checking the king in the past, right? So very dangerous. It's a super dangerous situation here for the black king. I mean, I would be quite surprised if a
By the way,
5 wasn't
oh,
just
okay.
devastating, right? Oh, okay, so now here's... Oh, wow. He's going all the way back, potentially. What did I miss, says Poison. You have
Oh,
no
that's
idea,
nice. That's
Poison.
nice.
Wow, this is I mean, it's been, what, like a 30-turn game or something? Am I wrong?
This is also a nice idea from Ryan. But basically, well, maybe he doesn't want to do it anymore. Because of the, king has to take, and
Okay,
then
we see a
knight.
check on the top
B7.
board.
Yeah,
Wow,
king
opening up the
B7
floor.
is
Okay, Nikita
checkmate.
opting to
So yeah,
reset.
Nikita has to go for Jurassic, and he is going for all the way Jurassic. Also.
Here we go again, man.
That's
Okay,
it.
wow. We're up to
Yeah.
15-second delay on a single, what's essentially a single timeline for a good many turns, which actually now, I mean, listen, Queen's back on the board, like anything is possible. This is quite a few turns. Now, Ryan is pretty good at playing in a situation where in defending against Jurassics.
Well, it's still better for black because white's king is way more open
And that's true, actually.
and way earlier.
Right, no, absolutely correct. Okay, immediately giving up the rook for tempo here, which I think makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, it's going to get just kicked around a whole bunch, and that's going to be really annoying. Now, you still, timeline priority is even now. So out of this position, both players can create timelines, which is really scary, especially considering the fact that in, maybe like 15, 20 turns, Ryan parks his king on E2 in the original timeline, and that's going to make it a lot easier to get to from Nikita's perspective. Now, of course, there is a big time disparity still, but again, we have 15 seconds per move, and you only have to consider a single board, so I think maybe it's not going to end up being like the most crucial sort of determining factor. Immediately as I said that, Nikita goes into the think tank and uses some of his precious seconds. It is really difficult to come up with a sort of solid game plan in a position
The
like this.
king is also on E2 on +1L, right?
I think you might be right, actually. So then that's going to go through like F3 and G4, for example, ends up potentially being, or
Yes,
if a timeline is created, even H5, a queen on H5 is going to potentially check Ryan's king on +1L, which is really scary. So suddenly Nikita has a few. Wow, E5. What a Chad move. Like, I think it makes a ton of sense in the position. I also really like the immediate queen F3. Oh, B5 as well for exactly the same reason. Yeah, eventually. Super scary stuff.
But even though there is, time priority is even, actually, white traveling going to be behind the void. So actually, black travels are stronger for the time being.
I totally agree. Yeah. I mean, of course, that also means that they're like indefensible, but like they're indefensible anyway, right? Pushing this pawn is super. Yeah, okay, that's pretty sketchy.
But of course, white has the benefit that they basically just have to defend, and then they catch up to the soft mate.
I can't believe that the second tie-breaking game point here
Oh,
for
what
Ryan.
E5, E4, E4.
Ooh, E4 now
Yeah, you can just
is
take.
spooky because you can just take. That's interesting. Why would he opt for this? I mean, it was just an
Maybe
oversight,
he
right?
just
There's nothing else.
miscalculated.
Yeah, he
Then-
must have done. I think. Oh. Bishop up
Yeah,
is
trying to
weird,
close.
man. Yeah, he
Under
wants
a
to
minute.
close the
Just trying to
diagonal,
close
so
the
that
E file.
this allows him to immediately capture. Yeah, it is important to note that there's under a minute left now on Nikita's clock. I wonder if he knows when he flags. I wonder if he's done the math. I mean, this does threaten material advantage. Here, okay, you're getting... But then the queen was how you were gonna... Oh, this is so rough, because at least... I mean, Ryan's got to be loving this,
Yeah.
right?
Probably, unless.
I'm not sure.
I mean,
Okay,
hey, you
actually,
are setting up for
probably-
potentially, even if you don't win, you've got opportunities to recapture and like go up material on in like the
Mm.
far future timelines, right? But then you're also giving Ryan back a lot of, like, he's got bishops now, you know? But I don't know, it's so hard to say because his king is so far out in the open on +1L. Oh my god, this makes me so nervous. We still
Actually,
have a handful of
it's going to
turns.
be hard for Nikita to recapture because the rook is on +1L, right? So the knight cannot get there. Oh no,
Well,
it can.
no, it can.
It can, yeah. Okay.
Man, that is... Oh my god, the E-pawn really hurt. Like, Nikita was so solid. That E-pawn really changes a lot, I feel. Because it cascaded into this series of trades that really don't feel like they benefit him, right? Oh, gosh. I mean, he can do the cool knight move from the knight starting position, but he already moved the knight because, you know,
he
now
wants
he's
to-
looking at the...
Yeah, it's always a problem with this Jurassic defenses is because, like, you think, okay, I have this piece on the starting square, but then, you have a choice whether you're going to move this piece
Exactly.
to participate in the game or
That's such a smart move from Ryan. It's so difficult to, you know, you're trying to collapse on the G file as Nikita, but it's so difficult to kick the knight from there, from H4. Yeah, so what do you do? Maybe, yeah, mobilize the knight
You
and then,
have you have to start piling up on E4.
yeah, you really do.
That's you're gonna do.
I agree. I'm getting, that's no good.
okay, but
Yeah,
I think he
so
wants to trace his knight, but if he traces his knight, then he will have very hard time recapturing the rook, I think. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, now you're giving up. You're just abandoning that hope entirely, right? I mean, I suppose
So then
you
he will
do
have to
still
go
have.
for some sort of.
Well, if you put your rook on, if you put your rook on B8, that recaptures the rook as well, though, right?
No, rook. No, the king is on b8 on the T0.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yes,
I think.
yes,
It also
okay.
checks the king.
That's tough. Well, is there anything on C8? Then if you get a bishop on D8, you can recapture.
I think there's a rook. The rook.
I
on
think
C8.
C3 opens a travel to
still think there
C2,
might
which
be-
could mate with a bishop. Oh, that is true. No, and well, it depends on where. Oh, a travel to B2 maybe is necessary to mate the king on +1L.
I still think there are some.
Wait, yeah, if you
possibilities
can
for Nikita
travel-
to actually win before timelines catch up.
You're not wrong. It is possible for that to happen. But if Nikita can also travel to B2, oh, D2 blocks. Let me see. What's on D2? Is this knight
It's
always on
a
D2?
knight. I don't think so. The knight
Right?
the knight has to go at some point, I think.
Yeah, the knight leaves at some point. No?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
after.
Look, knight is here. So if you can travel to d2, okay, well, you've got this rook that blocks, so maybe that's something that Ryan is aware of actively. Yeah, putting his king on the file with the doubled up pawns makes a lot of sense. Nikita now considering his options, trying to determine which squares he needs to hit in order to deliver
Well, he
this
could
mate
also,
here.
if the king leaves e2, e2 is also a checkmate square.
Yeah.
True, that's true. E2 is also a checkmate square. Yeah, no, that's a fantastic point.
Oh, that's a nice move.
Oh, wait, wait, this is incredible. If now the only issue is that this rook is always defending this bishop, right? But I mean,
Yeah, now
oof, wow, it's really
Just
coming
letting you
down to
know,
the
under 2
wire.
minutes for Ryan.
Wow, under 2 minutes for Ryan.
Wait.
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Oh, okay, but then it takes the bishops off the board, right?
yeah.
Then you have a check for Nikita.
You take there.
Oh, of course you take there. That's such a strong move.
Oh yeah. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, but it doesn't really do much.
Well, I mean, it threatens mate for one.
Yeah, I mean for
So you-
white that you have a check with bishop takes bishop.
Yeah, he has to move the rook up.
Then you
Ooh,
check
now
the
takes
other
here
bishop.
threatens mate with
You
the
might
other
have to just
bishop.
take the bishop because it's check.
And that is unstoppable, right?
Just like to announce, I accidentally miscalculated something.
You have to take the bishop, yeah?
So Ryan, instead of losing at 12:03, he loses at 11:03.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Big
okay.
difference. All right, so he has 2 minutes on the board. I'm glad that we figured that out. Oh, because he was at 8:57, right? Okay, here
Yeah,
you
but bishop
take with
takes
the bishop.
is winning, right? You can't stop both bishops.
I mean, I feel like you're right. No, because
No,
the
why
bishop.
winning?
No,
Bishop take?
you take with the pawn if you take the bishop, and then the rook is defending against the other bishop already, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Now it takes here with check.
sense.
Oh god, this is really coming down to the wire. Oh god, I'm so nervous. But now these are also like quite decent boards potentially for Nikita to travel to. Oh god.
Wait, no. If pawn takes bishop, oh no, you get pinned. Oh.
Yeah, you get
sad.
pinned. Oh, it's
Because
so
the travel
close.
to e2 is also checkmate because the bishop defends itself. But if you get pinned, there is no use.
Yes. Wait, that's huge. Because now you can take on A2 and travel back one turn. Right?
But
Because
Yeah.
on this board,
yeah,
now the
yeah.
bishop can't see B2. And you already have the D2 square is on 0L is now
Actually-
vacated, right?
But
Yeah.
travel to
e2 is checkmate.
Yeah, man.
travel to
Okay, takes here.
It's a
And now,
feeling.
okay, now the previous board is in check, so you can't go back a turn.
travel to a1 is not going to
Oh,
check.
I don't
Yes.
think. No, because there and then takes. Oh my god, he's trying to calculate this now instead of travel to B2, which would have been mate.
Well, oh, it is. The bishop doesn't check, right?
No, the bishop definitely checks the king on the top board here
No.
and the next one. Oh, here.
No,
No.
Right, the bishop on e, the bishop one turn back doesn't check.
Oh,
the-
does
the-
it not?
The because it would it
No.
doesn't go to the
Oh,
toss, it goes
he can't take here because it's pinned.
Oh, wait, why did he take with his king though?
Why did he take with his king? Wait, why isn't
Oh,
he
because
happy about
bishop-
this? Yeah, here, what do you do?
Oh, he can take with his king. He can still, he has
Oh, he
to
can take with his king. He has to take. You're so correct. I apologize. Yes,
This is amazing.
absolutely. Oh my god, this is insane. Oh my god, he can castle to check. Dude, and then, look, he can bring his rook up. Oh, now check, check. No, he can't. This is crazy. What the fuck? Oh my god, okay, Nikita now with, after delay,
Yeah, so
like 8
Nikita
seconds on his clock?
definitely, lost
Oh my god.
opportunity there.
How does he... No, he can't... Oh, and then he really wants to castle here. Boom, boom. Oh, dude! Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's just checkmate.
Oh, and then it's
Okay.
just checkmate. Wow. Oh my god, that was so close. I can't believe how close that was.
Bishop one turn back, and the white bishop doesn't do anything because it would only go up in timelines, and there is never a king on E8.
Yes. So the keeping the bishop on a2 to travel one turn back to b2 still hits that king the turn after, instead of doing the other bishop travel, right? Instead of the bishop onto d. I mean, with no time on the board, how can you be sure though, right?
Well, it's not about being sure. It's about realizing that the bishop isn't actually a check. Because it's only a pass check with.
Oh,
with the
that's a
timeline being checked.
fantastic. Yeah, you're not in check on that board because it was a temporal check. I understand what you're saying now, Maury. You're so right. You can immediately travel back one turn because the bishop was hitting a king that it can no longer see because there isn't a king up on +1L on that square. Wow. That's crazy. Oh my god, what an insane... Dude, the King of the Hill with the 4 timelines to come back after the Jurassic... Dude. Oh my god. Wow. What a fantastic... I mean, like, we were worried, right, at the start of Game 10 about how this was going to follow, but this... I mean, this really was... This was such a good game, such an exciting game, because we saw like the weird sort of opening with the, and then the queen b6, and then being behind kind of Tempe after the queen exchange, but then there was the bishop asymmetry, and then it turned into this wild end game. Oh my god, there were fantastic ideas for both players. Wow, what a game to end on. I can't believe that Ryan only won because of King of the Hill. I can't believe that bishop takes b2 one turn in the past was still possible because the white bishop wasn't actually checking the black king in 2D. That's crazy, man. Oh my god. Amazing games. Well, it's so well played by both players. What a series, man.
Okay. I can't wait to get back into the game and kick their hemispheres.
Hello.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi,
What a
hi,
series.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh my god.
I got so lucky.
Wait.
And on
Yeah.
like multiple occasions.
Oh, I had the checkmate.
Are you looking at bishop
Yeah.
b2 travel, Nikita?
Yes.
Yeah, dude. I was looking at that the entire time, and I thought myself that you couldn't do it because of the Ryan's because of the check the turn before, but it took Mauer pointing out to me that it's not actually a check on the new timeline, which I didn't realize, despite the fact that I've been looking at that the whole time, you know, without like being the person under time pressure. So, I mean, who could blame you, man? Holy shit. That's crazy. Oh my god. Incredibly, I'm at a loss for words. Incredibly well played by both players.
Oh no, really? I had the checkmate.
Hmm.
Oh no.
I was really surprised by Ryan's decision to travel with the Jurassic that early. I mean, it did look
Yeah.
spooky, but
I think that was my best bet though.
you think so?
Yeah, like
Otherwise,
once Rook C8 happens from Nikita, then I don't know. I don't think I probably am losing.
No, that
No.
is a great point. We were kind of
I
talking
thought-
about
I
that
thought
in
I
the
had to.
chat.
I can show you a winning line.
What? Just where are you looking at, Nikita?
Well, wait.
There's quite a few turns after that. It was after. It was the turn before Rook C8, right?
Instead of
Or what are you talking about,
Uh,
Dreamer?
I'm talking about before travel.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Bishop comes up and then
In-
Rook C6.
Instead of rook c6, knight d3.
Knight D3.
And then
Yeah.
let's say you go Rook C8. What's my plan
Takes,
there.
knight
Takes it.
c5.
Knight C5?
Takes Knight C5.
And then if you take, I can go Knight H or Knight A5. But is that winning?
Yeah, yeah.
looks-
How does it
it looks com-
mate?
It does. It still looks complicated there. I'm not
No,
100% sure.
It's totally winning.
How?
Really?
Explain yourself, Nikita.
Well,
All right, so Knight C5, B takes
Knight-
C5, Knight A5. What? Let's see.
He takes C5, Knight A5.
I can't prevent knight c6.
Well, you can play Knight B8.
How?
Wait, your king's still on B8, right?
Yeah.
No, you said takes, right? Knight.
Oh yeah.
Rook C8, Rook takes, Rook takes. Or Rook takes, King takes.
Sorry, yeah, Rook C8 and then Rook takes, King takes has to happen, right? Okay, and then you've got the knight up. Yeah, no, that seems pretty solid to me. With the king on C8, then the knight B8 prevents the knight from delivering the killing blow. It's a good thought, though. Man, these were such intense games. Oh my goodness. Let's pull up the scoreboard here. Listen, it's been hard fought. I mean, we had a series of 6 games here. We've been playing 5D chess for the last 5 hours. High octane 5D chess. I mean, all of the commendations in the world to both of our players. We saw some incredible games today. Both of the spicy variants really delivered some spicy games. That was an absolute pleasure to watch. Some amazing lines by both players. Congratulations, foremost to Nikita for taking it all the way to tie breaks, and congratulations to Ryan for being able to clutch out this absolutely insane game 10 to defend his title.
yeah, Ryan is third time, defending champion.
Is it? This is the 3rd year we've had the
Yeah,
World
like
Chess
that.
Championship, right?
Well, he's
Oh, no,
defending
yeah,
it for
yeah,
the
yeah.
first time.
Yes. So he is our 3rd
defends
5D
the
chess
first
world
time.
champion, or
He's third. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm always confused with the timeline.
Yes. How long has Ryan been world champion? Oh, there we go, Spike. It was Dreamer, Ryan, and then we'll see where it goes from here.
Give me like a year.
No, wait. Travel to the b2. It isn't checkmate because pawn on d2.
Because pawn on d2, where?
Where there.
Where is there?
Always.
No. Because you traveled with the bishop. The d2 pawn needs to be on 0L. Like you traveled with the bishop to e2
Oh,
to
yeah,
d2.
yeah,
Instead
you're
of that, it would be b2 travel.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
No, I can't believe.
I mean, absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
I think Gordy and Tango made a good point here. Sumet, when you do the graphic for next year, you only have to do half of it now.
Well, I might have to not do any of it if it's going to be either Dreamer or Nikita again.
All right. Can
Well,
you
okay, I'll have to
imagine?
update the number, but the number is easy. Wow. Congratulations on the championship and the $80 prize purse. Didn't even know that was a thing. These games were very long, but I still
Wait,
think
you
that
don't like
works
that?
out to better than minimum wage for these games.
Wait.
It is not okay. So it's not an $80 cash prize. It's that $80 is going towards making the effectively the trophy.
See, that's
So
what I
that's-
thought.
Oh,
Yeah.
And it's priceless. Thank you very much.
no problem.
That's what we like to hear.
That's actually leading into my next question. What do you want on the trophy, Ryan? Do you want Ryan
I
or
have
do you
no
want
idea.
Ryan 4 p.m.?
Just Ryan, I guess.
Just Ryan. I love the idea that
Just
he's got a
Ryan.
trophy like on his shelf, but it just says Ryan. It's
It
like,
just says Ryan.
that's
All right. Well,
all right.
Maybe
if
it
you say
says-
so.
maybe you should, just quote unquote just Ryan.
Yeah.
Just
yeah.
should I just put just Ryan?
Just Ryan. That's fantastic. Dude, I even like in the last seconds, like the Rook G3 to prevent the pawn from recapturing, my brain was like, he's a genius. Like I would never have seen that in that time. But then I couldn't believe that like King D4 was even an option. How crazy, man. All right. Wow. Unbelievable. I mean, listen, we've been here for hours. I don't know what more there is to be said. Congratulations to both players. Do you guys have any remarks that you want to share? Anything going through your head? Anything for the spectators? Any commentary over? There are like a million things that I think at the time we were like, wow, I really want to know sort of what this or that player was thinking in that position. But I mean, fuck if I can remember.
I didn't
anything.
see
No,
King
the
takes
position?
D3.
Sorry, say that one more time.
I didn't see King takes D3. Is
Yeah.
that-
Yeah,
Right.
king takes d3.
Yeah.
How much premeditation was in king recapturing that?
Oh yeah, Ryan. How many turns in advance did you plan your king capturing a bishop up the D file?
Oh, it
Uh,
makes a lot of sense. Of course.
I saw it like one move before that as like my only option, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair.
And I was like, thank goodness that exists.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude.
And that was decisive game, right? Or
Mm.
oh, no, it still wasn't.
Oh my
Oh, it
god.
was.
Dude, what? Okay, Ryan, the second defended pawn game, I think was the one where, Ryan was playing with the black pieces, right? I guess I've seen a lot of games of defended pawns kind of like the knight f3 d4 equivalent in defended pawn is kind of like the knight f3 c4 or whatever it is, like setting up that structure with like the frappuccino bishops. And then Nikita went ahead with the sacking into the f3 knight to put immediate pressure with the queen on the weak d7 pawn, which I think is an idea that's not necessarily super like unseen and kind of forced you into an immediate position where you were like on the back foot. I wanted to ask why you blitzed out the opening so confidently into what ended up being like a weird middle game for you to navigate. Were you just like,
Yeah, so
I don't think there's an issue here? Yeah, go ahead.
I think that's like I have like some old knowledge, or maybe I'm misremembering something, but I thought that line was fine, and maybe I just played it wrong. Maybe
I
I'm
see.
fine after bishop takes f6.
Okay, yeah, I mean, what
I
did you
just
think?
obviously
Yeah.
queen d6 is terrible, so
Right.
something else.
Yeah.
Like
it is
maybe
a
even
little-
just like knight e6 and then something. I felt like that should be fine. Maybe.
I think that's kind of what we landed on in the commentary
Yeah.
booth, but that's not saying much because, we're in the commentary booth, not in the World Championship. Nikita, how much preparation did you put into like either of the two variants? Like especially that defended pawn idea? Was that something that you just played before, or were you like, this is something I want to try moving forward?
I would say that I had a preparation, but it didn't happen.
I see. What were you expecting?
As usual.
Right. Classic.
Well, in defensive pawn, I wanted to play before.
Oh, okay.
C takes b, queen takes before,
Mm-hmm.
and if black's plays
E6.
e6, I kind of knight queen to 3,
Okay.
and
Interesting.
the main idea is
Oh, interesting. Okay.
There's also another trap. Like you can travel onto. Well, it's unlikely to happen, but you could travel onto the knight on d8, like on the turn
knight
where
on d8.
e6.
Oh, yeah.
On the turn where e6 happened.
Oh, that's wild. Okay.
But like probably knight c6 or b6 is happening. So, but you know,
Right,
it's
right, right.
useful to know that idea.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Man. Fantastic. Okay. Dude, I'm trying to remember now that the reverse royalty games were wild, but I don't remember what exactly where it was that I wanted to ask.
I
was going on?
didn't see takes from the future.
Oh, like the common king
Yeah.
defending that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude, when that happened, yeah, that was crazy. Because we all saw, yeah,
e2.
yeah, exactly, yeah. Because we also didn't see it at first, because then Andre and Lexi were like, wow, this is devastating, because queen e2, then you have like check with the knight, and then you've got the bishop d3 or whatever it is. But yeah, the common king defending, that was super clutch. But even then, it was like such a close game, right? Because I will say that game, Nikita did an amazing job of, because he was at like material and time disadvantage, and then he managed to kind of finesse it into this crazy. Oh, right, Ryan, in game 8, what the fuck is queen b2? Like, you have 5 seconds on the board. Is that like flag by force? Is that like, I don't know what's happening? Is this, I had a concrete line that got deflected? Like, what? Talk us through your process.
So I wanted to go to A2 and Jurassic there, which would be a Tchaikovsky. You know, probably not going to get that to happen.
That's crazy.
You know, it was like that was my last idea basically.
Wow.
And it
Okay.
ended up working because it forced my opponent to set up a Jurassic, and then
Dude.
my
Okay.
opponent had no time, so it was
Yeah.
it was a good cheese to attempt.
That's crazy. I definitely thought, were you looking at, Ryan, because up until like the last few turns of the game, you had like when your queen was in the corner and there were still both rooks on the board, and the white rook was on either a6 or a7 or whatever it is. Rook b8 to either like force a trade, or like you still had vision of when Nikita's royal queen was on b1. Like there was a diagonal mate for like quite a few turns that you could potentially have
Isn't the diagonal
pressured.
very, very covered?
Not really. There was like a
Are we talking about G1 or B1? 'Cause those are very different squares.
B. Were you white during that game, or were you black?
I don't remember. Reverse royalty confuses me.
It
I
was.
was black. I was black.
Okay, if you were black, then B1.
Wasn't there a pawn on C2 in D3?
No, the diagonal, not the triagonal. Like on the B
Oh.
file.
Yeah, but then I thought like just rook B6 was always there.
Rook B6. Sorry, what was the? I had a genius move. It was. It basically it was attempting to deflect the rook with your rook, so that if it took, then it couldn't get back to the b file because my
It would
move
just
would
go
have
to
prevented
it would
you.
just go to b6. Like you can't
Oh,
deflect
you
it.
know
It's just
what?
going to b6.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
it
see what
was-
you're saying.
Which is
Okay,
defended
I
by
don't
pawn.
have the context now to think through what the idea was, but I just wanted to know
Yes.
if you were considering the like on the file with all those
Yeah,
shenanigans.
I think I
happening.
was looking for ideas like that, but there was always rook b6 and there was a pawn on a5.
Yeah,
so that
yeah.
would just shut it down completely.
Okay, fair enough.
I thought. That was
Yeah.
what I thought.
I
Yeah.
think it was only relevant on like some h6 shenanigans, and it made them not work.
Well, yeah, that was Lexi was insisting that h6 would be the problem.
Yeah, but I think that was the reason why some of that didn't work. for
I
some.
see.
But I also don't quite remember.
Okay. Oh, I would like it to go on the record, Ryan, that in the God, what was that? Was that the first tiebreaker game? Maybe when you had opened up the A file and there was like the A4 and A5 pawns, just hanging out. You spent a lot of time thinking about that move. It was like either kind of knight G4 and knight E4 shenanigans or pushing up with the rook. And I was like, this is great because Ryan's got take the pawn on the A file. And I was laughed at by Maurer and Andre, but then I was vindicated by your brilliant observation of the tactical merit of just seeing a free pawn and taking a free pawn twice.
Oh yeah. Taking 3 pawns twice, Ryan.
Yeah.
Really
Well, I
good.
just wanted to get onto the the second rank
Right.
and then take the knight and or have some tactics there. 'Cause,
Right.
like otherwise my rook is useless forever if,
Yeah,
if I don't
exactly,
get rid of those
right.
pawns. So
Yeah. That was crazy because that also it was really spooky, like back and forth there. I don't know. There was a big kind of swing in like my opinion of who had the better position
my-
in that game.
yeah, my queen and king were defending like pawns and that were attacked by rooks. It was
Exactly.
very scary.
Yeah. And and then there was like a potential B7 shenanigans. Like instead of C5, we were maybe expecting like Queen C3 when the Queen B3 when the rook took the B4 pawn, because then you have the
Yeah.
Queen Rook battery onto B7, and then if like Rook B7 or something, then you just have Queen B6. And then that seemed like maybe really annoying
this
to
point,
worry
did
about.
I don't remember exactly. At this point, had I taken both of the pawns yet
Yes.
with my rook? Okay, so in that case, I'm not sure. I don't think queen takes b7, queen takes b7, rook takes b7. Then my plan was to play rook a1 and Jurassic
Yeah.
from there. I'm not sure if that worked.
Oh, okay. I could see that. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Maybe that makes sense. Although it has to be, because you're about to get mated on 0L if that doesn't
Yeah.
work, right? So maybe it works though. That is really spicy. I understand now. Okay, that's interesting.
I thought about rook a1, then trade rooks, then get in with the knight, but
Yeah.
Uh,
Wow. Crazy,
that was
man.
awesome.
Just crazy. Wow. I mean, I'm exhausted. I can't imagine how you guys feel. Although
because
maybe you
it's
still have adrenaline running through your veins, right?
Nah, I'm dead right now.
Okay.
Ryan,
Yeah.
look at my stream. I think it's a win for black.
Wait, which game is this?
Second, maybe.
This is the defend upon game, the second defend
Yeah.
upon game.
It's a win for black, I think.
Wait, who was who in this game? Can you remind me?
I was.
I'm black.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm white. So you had to play.
Oh, right. Yes. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. And. Mm. And if I take
Then that's the OG Tchaikovsky right there.
Yeah, so like what about say bishop b5 to try and stop knight d3?
Well,
Bishop b5, stop knight d3. Ah, okay. Oh yeah, this is what maybe Lexi was saying when one of us was insistent that allowing the knight onto f2 was absolutely devastating, and the other was like, it's not that big of a deal. But I mean, if this happens, then I guess taking the rook isn't super like decisive, and the rook's not doing anything anyway, and then the queen is super invasive, and you don't get. Okay, so maybe it's not obvious how you convert decisively here. Wait, okay, this happens, and then you take the f3. Bishop takes f3, maybe.
I thought.
No, maybe it's not concrete. Because the f3 knight is the only defender of the g1 square, so, then when, like, if in response to that, you take the knight with the king, then, I mean, that's spooky for the king. Maybe it's possible to cover up the file in time, but if you don't, then there's knight takes rook, and then you travel 2 turns into the past in 2 turns, and that's mate. But it's speculative.
I thought kind of bishop f5.
Bishop f5. Oh, okay, just to contest the d3 square again.
No, it's a threat of checkmate in 1.
Oh, just the back rank with the bishop. Oh, yes, right.
But now could I take on f2 and set up a Jurassic when you go for the Tchaikovsky? Like, I feel like I gotta have something.
Oh no, but if you take on f2, then he has immediate travel with the bishop back 2 turns. Oh no, he has to travel 3 turns so that the knight checks the. Oh, the knight's undefended anyway.
Taking the knight.
Though.
Probably can't take the knight. It's pretty risky.
But yeah, that's what I mean, right? Because then you can just travel onto that board. In fact, you can just go like bishop g, whatever, like g6 maybe. And the game plan is to travel to a board where, like, for example, the bishop could both be checking and also the knight is checking on the same board, like the king in the past. And that's spooky. But maybe there's not enough time. I don't know. All right. I mean, hey, we could spend
I'd have
all day.
I'd have to play it
board.
out a few times for something as complicated as that. But.
Yeah, for sure. Wow. I mean, once again, incredibly well done to both players. Let's.
By the way,
yeah.
I was recently remembering, and Ryan plays 5D chess for like almost 3 years by now, which is a lot of time. For some reason, like in my head, Ryan is still like a
He's
newcomer.
still the newcomer? Nah, man.
Yeah.
Nikita's the fresh blood now, right?
I thought it was only 2 years.
No, it's almost 3, but it's from summer of 2021. I checked.
Oh, okay, there we go. Well, it would have to be 3 because you've participated in 3 world championships. You know?
Yeah, but I thought I joined like right before the first world championship. But yeah, like.
Did you? Well, it took us a while to make that.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. That's fair. All right, okay. Do we have any final thoughts, any concluding remarks here from either of the competitors before we transition here on the stream?
For next year, I'm gonna have to really work on my luck because it almost wasn't enough.
What do you mean? Like it's your luck is actually carried you, so maybe like work on.
That's what he's saying. Oh, I see. You're saying his luck is good enough anyway. Now he should work on his chess.
Yeah.
Yeah, but chess is boring.
Oh, that's fantastic. Nikita, what were you about to say?
I should have won the game 8.
I mean, what can be said? Definitely, you know, hindsight. Like, no, I don't think that anyone could blame either of the players for the results of any of the games, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much to both of the players for giving us such incredible games. Lei did not disappoint. For even the turn 0, every one of the first 4 games where the boring variants turned out to be like super exciting. That was really well fought. Thank you so much to the commentators as well. I really appreciate Lexi coming in today, despite the fact that, you know, he had travel plans. He had to dip out for the tiebreaker. Thank you so much to Andre for being on the couch with me the whole time. Maurer for stepping in. Thank you so much to Crazy for adjudicating. I really appreciate his tournament organization. And also a big thank you to everyone who contributed to the fund to get the prize trophy out to Ryan. I really appreciate that. So, I mean, that's going to be it for me. I'm going to log off of Discord now. We're going to transition on the stream. So everybody in the Discord, say goodbye.